with agro-based and associated industries. This success of the sector is attributable to research and development initiatives over the years. The Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, KALRO, is a statutory body of the Kenyan government. KALRO was created through the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Act No. 17 of 2013 to streamline the operations of the National Agricultural Research System to effectively contribute to the growth of the sector. The Act merged Kenya Agriculture Research Institute, KARI, Coffee Research Foundation, Tea Research Foundation of Kenya, and Kenya Sugar Research Foundation to form the present-day KALRO.
KALRO's mandate is to support the agriculture and livestock sector by developing technologies, innovations, and management practices through research.
KALRO is charged with spearheading agricultural research in the country and is strategically positioned to contribute to increased productivity, commercialization, and competitiveness of the agricultural sector. This will be achieved through generation and promotion of knowledge, information, and technologies that are responsive to the needs and demands of the farmers and other stakeholders along the commodities value chains. KALRO's corporate governance structure consists of Crops Research Directorate, Livestock Research Directorate, and the Corporate Services.
KALRO comprises of 17 research institutes that fall under 2 research directorates. That is the Livestock Research Directorate and the Crops Research Directorate.
KALRO pursues 5 strategic objectives: to generate and promote technologies and innovations for demand-driven agricultural and livestock product value chains, develop and promote markets and marketing strategies for agricultural and livestock product value chains, facilitate and advocate policy options for enhancing demand-driven agricultural and livestock product value chains, to strengthen the capacity for implementing agricultural and livestock product value chains research, and to enhance availability of knowledge, information, and technologies on agricultural and livestock product value chain research. Research is conducted in 17 institutes, 52 centers and sub-centers strategically located in the country to enable the organization meet farmers' demands throughout Kenya's varied agroecological zones. The research institutes under the Crops Directorate are Agricultural Mechanization, Food Crops, Genetic Resources, Horticulture, Industrial Crops, Coffee, Tea, Biotechnology, and Sugar Research Institute. The Livestock Research Program develops and promotes knowledge, information, and technology/innovations that enhance livestock productivity, value addition, and product development, and facilitating market access.
Here at the Secretariat, I'm the head of the Secretariat. I have a Director of Livestock Systems who coordinates research in the field, assisted by 2 assistant directors, one for livestock systems and the other one for animal health. Research is done in the institutes, and we've got 7 livestock research institutes spread all over the country.
The livestock research institutes include apiculture, arid and rangelands, beef, sheep, goats and camels, dairy, non-ruminant, and veterinary science such institutes.
And so far we have distributed breeding heifers and breeding bulls to over 20,000 households in the Masai land. And these animals or these households are able to produce about 83 million liters of milk per year, which brings to them about 300 million Kenya shillings per year. We have also done a lot of work on improving our indigenous chicken. We have brought in genes that improve the productivity of our local chicken. Now we've got a breed that produces more eggs, start laying early, and also grows faster.
In strategic partnerships, KALRO establishes a formal collaboration agreement with the aim of achieving common strategic objectives in the medium to long term. The organization recognizes that both public and private entities play an important role in development and promotion of technologies and innovations.
To achieve its mandate, KALRO collaborates with national, regional, and international strategic partners.
Over time, KALRO has recorded tremendous achievements in the agricultural sector, including crops and livestock climate smart technologies.
Some of the notable achievements of KALRO in the last few years include the development of a product called Aflasafe, which is a bio-based product which controls aflatoxin in maize and sorghum. This product will enable farmers to ensure food security and be able to access aflatoxin-free maize.
Research on modern biotechnologies developed and commercialized over 53 high-yielding tea clone varieties, repatriation of forage species back to Africa.
Other achievements include development and commercialization of over 55 high-yielding tea varieties, which includes the famous purple tea, development and commercialization of coffee varieties, which include Batian and Ruiru 11, which are resistant to the coffee berry disease, development of improved indigenous chicken, which are very high yielding and fast growing, development of a thermostable vaccine to control Newcastle disease in poultry. This vaccine is very important because it does not need to be refrigerated. Formulation and commercialization of food therapeutic feeds, a brand of livestock and poultry feed that is very, very nutritious. Development of a yellow flesh sweet potato, which is very high in vitamins. Nutritious beans, which are very high in zinc and iron, very important nutrients in the body. Development of soil suitability maps for various crops all over the country, and fertilizer recommendation.
To ensure farmers and its stakeholders access the technologies and services,
KALRO shares its technologies in very many ways, which includes field days, agricultural shows, exhibitions, physical visits to centers and call centers, and online platforms, which include its website, social media platforms, and mobile applications. Due to the effects of climate change and emerging new challenges that are associated with climate change, we encourage farmers to take advantage and use the climate smart technologies that have been developed by KALRO.
For inquiries, visit the organization website www.kalro.org or email info@kalro.org. Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization for demand-driven research for food security and income generation.
Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization felt the need to develop a satellite-based platform that farmers can use to inform them on when to carry out various activities in their farms. Nakuru County government has introduced this platform to farmers, and as John Miner, the Chief Officer Agriculture, notes, by embracing this technology, they have been able to bring youths on board.
This technology is assisting the farmers to know or to predict how the weather is going to be in good time and give the farmers an opportunity to plan.
I've developed the Kenya Ag Observatory platform, or what we have now popularly called at the centers and at the county level, KAOP. KAOP is available on Play Store. All you need to do is just go to Play Store, download the application, and once you have downloaded the application, you can continue using.
Farmers now have prior access to weather information that helps them schedule their routine farm management activities accordingly.
Overcome the challenges by the use of KALRO, that is an app that has been giving me accurate information on weather forecast and some agronomy advisories. It has helped me in avoiding unnecessary costs. Like maybe when I'm doing routine management practices, I do them on the right time and accurately.
Kwanza wakati tunataka kupanda, sometimes sisi tumekuwa tukiangalia mawingu. Tunaona ni kama ni mwezi wa 3, tunaona mawingu imeanza kujikusanya, tunataka kulima, tunataka kupanda. The time unaenda kupanda alafu kumbe ilikuwa ya kupita, inatuchoma. Umeweka mbegu chini, unapata haiwezi kumea because imekosa hiyo mvua. So it has imetuleta hiyo challenge for the last around 4 years. Tumekuwa na hiyo shida. Sometimes inatuma tuna delay kupanda. But this time tulipopata the app, nilipoenda pale kwa Agrovet, nikakutana with a friend hapo naitwa Wamboi, akanielezea kuhusu the app. Then nikaitumia. So this year ndo nimetumia the app, and the app imekuwa ya manufaa kwangu. Imenisaidia kupanda. Nimepanda on time, na during spraying nimekuwa nikifuata the app na imenisaidia kabisa.
With the integration of digital technologies into agriculture space, farming is becoming predictable, thus assuring investors of returns on their investment.
Hiyo kujua itanyesha lini, hakutakuwa na mvua lini, hiyo imenisaidia sana. Hata wakati unataka kupiga dawa for example, hiyo app inaonyesha the strength of the wind, hiyo yani upepo itakuwa na nguvu kiasi gani, inaonyesha mvua itakuwa kiasi gani, kama temperatures ya juu na ya chini. So at least hata unaweza jipanga ujue kama uko na maharagwe kwa shamba au chakula ya shamba unataka kuvuna, unajua unaweza vuna wakati fulani. Ukitaka kupiga dawa uone maybe let's say for example ni leo, uone kuna upepo, wanaandika kesho kuna upepo kubwa sana, unaweza postpone ndio hata uweze kuminimize hiyo losses ya kupoteza dawa na upepo. Sababu ukipiga dawa kukiwa na upepo mwingi itabeba, so haita target ile mimea ulikuwa unataka kufanya nini, kupiga. Haya, another one ni uvunaji wa chakula. Wakati unataka kuvuna chakula unaangalia ile wakati kutakuwa na jua, at least una time that day hakutakuwa na ile kupoteza chakula, ile tunaitanga post harvest losses, at least ina minimize hiyo pia. Alafu kwa sababu ya challenges ya climate change inasaidia, na hata nimewaambia mimi nikianza kulima maharagwe nilikuwa napata 4 to 5 bags, but tangu nianza kutumia co-op for the last 3 years hakuna siku mazao yangu ya maharagwe imekuja less than 8 bags, especially hiyo nyota kutoka KALRO. But the only challenge sasa maybe ni kuiuza hiyo app watu wajue wengi, especially kwa stakeholders wale wana deal na wakulima, extension officers, wale elite farmers, wale wanaweza kuwa na smartphone.
Na hizo miaka before nijua hii app, tumekuwa na challenges za hii information. Tulikuwa tunasikiza tu kwa radio, na unajua radio usipokuwa hapo usikie ipite, imekupita. But now with KALRO, unaweza download ikupatia 14 days, unaweza rudi hapo for reference. So imekuwa very useful.
Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization. Small-scale farmers as well as pastoralists rely on old agricultural methods which have been overtaken by time. In 2016, the development of mobile apps to enable farmers access to agricultural knowledge was introduced. To date, the apps are used widely by farmers to better themselves and their produce. The Kenya Agricultural Observatory Platform, KALRO, is one such app. It generates real-time and location-specific agrometeorological advisories for farmers and other stakeholders. The system analyzes precipitation and temperature. It can also plot dynamic charts given GPS coordinates of any location in the country for the next 7 days. Furthermore, the app can provide weather observations for the past 7 and 30 days respectively. KALRO is available as a mobile app on Google Play Store. to download the KALRO Farm mobile apps. Step 1. Open Google Play Store on your homepage. Step 2. Search for KALRO apps. Step 3. Select Farm mobile app of choice and select Install app. Step 4.
Is that about right? We can hear. Okay.
Okay.
So just do this. Try and talk forward.
Right.
Like if you don't Are you looking at?
Just
Yeah, sweet. High five. Good job. Yeah, you just got to remember that if you want to see it, you have to put your mouse down the bottom, then the bar comes back up. Yeah. Okay. Can you hear us online? Is sound working now? Good. PT. All right, everybody, if you could take your seats, please. We can start almost on time. Okay, Jumbo, welcome. In Māori, in New Zealand, we say tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, and that means welcome, welcome to you all, in the biggest sense of the word all, which works really well these days with people online, because we do welcome, and it's great to have so many people joining online. We cracked 100 yesterday, which was great, and it was great to have you all here. Okay, so this morning, we're going to focus on avocado quality. Broadly, a fair bit of that will be about dry matter, but a little bit we'll cover off on some other things. So first up is Gary, as we've heard over the days. Gary's the CEO of OLIVADO, came here in 2007. He also has a history, and you can look them up online, I'm sure you can see he was a movie director. Some of our iconic New Zealand Kiwi movies, including The World's Fastest Indian, yes, which more people will know about that one than they'll know about Smash Palace. So we really appreciate Gary's hard work he's done here. He's been involved, obviously, the CAS project and all that was around that. So look forward to his perspectives on the reputation of Kenyan avocados.
Thank you, Alan. But first, I would like to thank very much the team from PFR who've been with us since 2013. Alan, Steve, and where's Mr. Bob? Mr. Bob is coming over here, walking around. I'd like to thank them all very much. They've been part of our OLIVADO family all this time. And the contribution they've made to avocado in Kenya is significant. I'd have to say more than 30 years of previous research. So thank you very much from all of OLIVADO. So this whole thing, because it's the end of this project, is a very emotional time, for us, I have to say. And I know that Bob's going to miss coming here very, very much. He was quite a feature down at Kennel during his time here. Right, so basically the journey we began with PFR and their predecessor company began actually in 1999 and 2000, because Alan and a team from Massey University developed the world's first extra virgin oil, avocado oil. And so basically, OLIVADO created a new product category internationally. Before then, there was only refined avocado oil, which was sold at that time for about $1.50 a kilo. And we were selling, or OLIVADO, I wasn't involved in OLIVADO then, but OLIVADO was selling this oil at $4 a kilo. And everybody said, this will never work. But it has. We've actually created a new category worldwide in supermarkets. And now we sell in 33 supermarkets around the world. And Lusiki's not here today, but I thank her for her comments yesterday. But I do have to say that we're not the world's largest producer of avocado oil. We're the world's largest producer of organic extra virgin avocado oil. And that comes from Kenya. So when I came here in 2007, I saw the opportunity of many avocados here which weren't being used. And that's when we started our organic fair trade program in 2008. So we've had a, if you like, a traceability right from that date And that laid the foundation for these gentlemen from PFR and ladies from PFR to come here and do the research. Because we had contracted farmers right from that date. So how many farmers are in the audience this morning? Right. So Olivado in 2008 was the first company to actually buy directly from a farmer. Our staff, we had a field staff, and some of them were physically threatened because brokers wanted to continue their trade. So it was, quite a change right from that very beginning. So today we're going to talk about, well, I see myself here. The reputation of Kenyan avocado. So what the customer wants is quality. And as you heard from Alan yesterday, the global oversupply is going to be 33%. At the World Avocado Congress, which was held in Auckland about 3-4 weeks ago, a speaker noted that that will halve the prices of avocados in the market. And we saw that already last year in 2022. When the Peruvian fruit came in, the prices went down 50%. And that's from really the end of May, June, July, and August. And of course, we all know what that means. That's a prime time for Kenyan avocados to be exported to Europe. So the question is, how can the small farmer, and you guys produce 70% of Kenya's avocado supply, meet the quality required? Right, I do apologize for this slide here. It actually didn't come out. It was, it meant to have a whole lot of lines in there, but we'll see what we can do with the cursor up here. So the HCD regulations are critical to having quality. These regulations have been in place since 2020. They're excellent, but they have never been enforced until this season. And then it's only just beginning and it's not good enough. So we start here. This line across here is basically going from a farm to picking, to transport, to a pack house and processing if it's for oil. So basically, there's two ways of doing this. You could have an Olivado and a Kikuzi way. And by Kikuzi, I'm just using them as a proxy for large exporters who had their own farms, because all of these guys produce very good avocados. So the traditional way of looking at this here is basically farmers as outgrowers, right? And you have a broker who comes along and picks the fruit. So how many of you farmers in the audience have brokers pick your fruit? Any? Well, I'm very, very pleased to see that, because traceability is critical. And what farmers need to understand about HCD regulations is that they should only be selling to somebody they have a contract with. So this thing of brokers turning up and buying fruit is something that's actually not legally permitted. And in fact, a farmer can be fined 50,000 shillings for contravening this law, this regulation. So the common thing here with brokers is that they either get the farmer to pick or they go and pick, and they have open trucks. And then some of the exporters get brokers to pick their fruit. When they get to the pack house, they pack them, then they reject a percentage of that fruit. Again, that's not permitted because there's meant to be a payment at the farm. So the whole thing about HCD regulations is basically they've never been followed, and even now they're not being followed. So when you come down here, the issues are all the things that we've talked about to date. So I don't need to go over those anymore. And the oil will come on to a bit later. But over here, the fresh exports in 2021 were about 16 billion Kenyan shillings. And yesterday for 2022, actually, I noted from one of the presentations, it was actually 9 billion, not 10 billion, because there was always a variation and when one looks for the figures for these things, but they've gone down. And guess who lost out in this decline? It was small farmers. Because exporters stopped exporting around about May and June. So the question is, what's going to happen in 2023? And it's probably not going to be all that exciting. So in this value chain, all the actors must work together to achieve quality. And these HCD regulations must be enforced. But one of the key belief systems here is that the industry must self-regulate. But coming from New Zealand, you know, self-regulation doesn't mean a thing. There's central regulation, government regulation, whereby no fruit can be exported without it being quality. We learned yesterday that the HCD are going to do samples of fruit to make sure it meets the dry matter. That's a step forward, but that has to become mandatory. If you have a law, if you have regulations for exported fruit, they should be followed. But part of this value chain that we looked at also includes players that normally we don't think about. So are there any people from the finance industry here, any bankers? No, bankers play an important part here because they finance the export companies. And basically, they've been financing companies who break the law. But if you go to buy a car from a bank, they're going to make sure you've got a roadworthy car. They should really apply that same sort of thinking to companies that export avocados. So we also have promotion of Kenyan avocados. So this picture, it does tell more than 1,000 words, actually. This was from a publication that talked about Kenya's market for avocados, and it was dated in 2020. But look at this picture. You know, it's the avocados had just been dumped on top of one another. If somebody in Europe sees this picture, it will make them run a mile from a Kenyan avocado if they think this is how they're treated. But the unfortunate truth is that this is how they're being treated. There's a rule of thumb for producing a quality avocado, and that is that the fruit is handled 3 times from a tree to a case to be exported. Now this fruit here has been dumped on each other. When our pickers pick the fruit, they put it into a basket that's got material around it, so there's no rubbing. Then they're taken and they're put it into crates. They're weighed, then they're taken to the factory. in trucks that are closed. These fruit here will have been picked, not in these baskets, thrown on one another, and each time an avocado hits another avocado, they bruise. And even for oil production, you cannot treat an avocado like this because the bruising increases the FFA, which reduces the quality of the oil. So to me, as an exporter of fresh avocados, this is very, very disturbing. Because when we go and talk to a distributor in Europe, they say, oh no, we don't want avocados from Kenya. And we definitely don't want avocados from small farmers. Because what the brokers are doing is that they go around a farm, right? And they get something from this farm today, that farm tomorrow, another farm from another day. And this fruit, from if you like, a second requirement, is that it should go to a cool store within 3 hours of being picked. Not sitting around for a few days so somebody can go around and collect fruits from farmers. And the other thing about dry matter is that we have our own picking teams because they've been trained to identify a mature fruit before they pick it. And in that pile there, I'm sure we find a whole variety of maturity of fruits. So one of the things the customer wants when our fruit gets in a container to Europe is that they go into ripening rooms, and if it's been picked on consecutive days and not taken to cool stores immediately, it's not going to ripen very well. And that's why there's a reputation in the market that fruit from small farmers isn't good enough. And that's a tragedy because it doesn't have to be this way. So these are all the things that are required. I've been over some of them already. The traceability is very, very important. Quality, handling, sizes, control of inputs, careful water usage. And for us, we have a field support team living in the villages, and their job is to visit farmers twice per month, 12 months of the year. To make a quality avocado is not something that grows on a tree and somebody comes along and picks it, and all of a sudden the farmer gets some money. It's much more detailed than that to create a quality avocado. Oops. Right. So what is the cost of having a sustainable quality export future, meeting HCD regulations? Basically, our field support team costs 40 million a year. And our own harvest teams and covered trucks cost about $20, 20 shillings a kilogram. And for the dry matter, we do testing for time to harvest, which means we collect samples over our 3,000 farms for 2 months before the season starts, and bring them back to the factory and test them. Certifications are very expensive as well. It costs us about 40 million shillings per annum to meet those specifications. And then you've got meeting food standards and measurement in the field. So you can see that quality is not cheap. And most of our competitors don't meet these costs. But without these activities, the HCD regulations cannot be met. Yeah, this would be a thing. Right. Oops. Market challenges. So that picture you saw really is a precursor to what's been happening in the market, really over about the last 5 or 10 years. But then there was a good demand. And so when there's good demand, your fruit quality doesn't have to be as good. But the stealing, and people made mention of the stealing in 2020, 2021, really put the nail in the coffin of Kenya's reputation internationally. Now, it took us 3 years really to get the market to accept that we could produce quality avocados from small farmers. So the people we deal with pay very good prices for our fruit, as good as Peru's, and probably twice as much as what other Kenyan exporters get. But now our importer even has difficulty persuading more of their supermarket customers to take more of our Kenyan avocados, even though we've proven the quality of them over these years. So reputation is a very, very difficult to regain once it's been lost. The next thing is that there's increasing supplies from West Africa and from Morocco. And they have the advantage that it takes half the shipping time to get to Europe rather than from Kenya, and half the cost. So the main Kenyan season, as I've said before, prices are expected to So what are the numbers for fresh exports? So the total in 2022 was 2.5 million tons internationally. Kenya produced 95,000 tons, or 0.038%, very small percent of the world production. 76% came from Latin America, right? Now, we talked about wanting excellence. Lusika was very, very determined that Kenya should become number one. But I think we need to learn some lessons from Peru. Do you know that in 2012, Peru didn't export an avocado? In 2022, 560,000 tons. Really significant increase. But one of the features of Peru is they have very strict quality controls on the export of their fruit. So whenever somebody is buying a Peruvian fruit, they know it's always going to be good. So the production growth in the next 5 years from new plantings around the world is going to be 300,000 tons a year. But the world demand is only growing by 183,000 tons. So we can see where that market supply comes from, oversupply comes from. So which markets have been most affected? Well, the 50% of the avocado production of the world goes to the USA, and 90% of that comes from Mexico. And as USA is basically a closed market to other countries. And it's a very close relationship between the growers in Mexico and the people who sell them in the USA. EU, UK, 33% supplied by about 15 countries. Japan, 2%, Canada, 4%, and all the rest of the countries who buy, about 10%. No, it's not not greatly significant. And so what we talked about yesterday was consumption of avocados. And this is very sobering. In the USA, they've really increased consumption per capita a lot. And I think they'll get it to 6 kilograms a person in the next 2 years. You can see on the other side there, they spend 80 million on marketing. So the EU, which is basically about fairly equivalent size of market to USA, the marketing of avocados, 3 million. So their consumption per person, per capita, is 1.6, and it's falling. In Scandinavia, it's falling. So these are concerning statistics. But here's a picture that represents a loss of more than 16 billion per year to Kenya. This is the reality of what I've been talking about. I live in Switzerland. Whenever I see Kenyan avocados in the supermarket, I buy them. And they invariably end up looking like this. It's a tragedy. It also indicates what the problem is in the market in Europe. Now, this is what they should look like. Now, avocados go, as I said, and they're pre-ripened, they're sent out to supermarkets. And this is what our avocados look like. But it's more than just what I buy in Switzerland. And my son lives in Amsterdam and Netherlands. And basically, the rule of thumb is that about 40% of the avocados that you buy in Europe end up like these here. They don't ripen properly. I've been going to the USA for probably 40 years. I've never purchased an avocado in a US supermarket that doesn't ripen properly. And this is the difference. That the market wants a quality avocado. We all know what's happening in the international economy. People have less money to spend. The tragedy is that people like avocados, but they don't have the money to spend when it costs about 150 to 2 euros an avocado, and half of them go rotten, so that makes them about 3 euros. So who in this room would pay 3 euros is about, what's that? In shillings. 500 shillings. Who in this room is going to pay 500 shillings for an avocado? So, all of these things can be overcome. So let me go back to, for some reason, these are a bit out of sequence, but we'll go back and look at oil. We produce oil as well. So the cost of the stealing is significant on the oil side as well. In 2020, we harvested 3,000 tons of avocado because, in 2020, things were dire with the beginning of COVID. Now, many of our farmers had many financial difficulties. They are looking after their families, some in Nairobi without jobs. And we needed the oil for our customers as well. And with the stealing, the farmers who've been loyal to us for 10 years before, a decade before, and would keep the avocados until they were mature, until we said, it's time to pick them because we have the technology of time to harvest and that sort of thing. So we know. but they couldn't keep them because they were fearful of them being stolen. And this went on for 2 years, and I think it's probably still going on, but to a much limited extent. So we produced 190 tons of oil instead of 300 tons of oil. And so that was a loss of profits of 163 million. So this exercise of not having regulation is costly. It's costly to companies, it's costly to farmers. And just as a digression, the HCD have a pack house, and there's 2 other independent pack houses that pack most of the fruit that's exported from small farmers, except for, our company has their own pack house, but the big farms like Kukuzi, they have their own pack houses. So in 2021 and 2020, when these avocados were being stolen with dry matter of 16 to 20, were being packed in an HCD pack house. So the lack of regulation affects all of us. And everybody must become vocal to ensure that the changes that are being made for HCD continue. Now I've got a slide here right at the end. Oh, it's not there. No. Oh, mate. I'll go over. We've done the regulations and so forth. No. Can you go to my last slide, please? Nope. Can you just go back to the presentation and the last slide? Ah, this is it. And on the main screen. Right. So what I want to finish with is one of the speakers yesterday talked about what supermarkets are looking for. And they want sustainability. They want to know that we're reducing our carbon footprints. And so in 2011, when we're building our new factory, I thought, what can we do with our avocado waste after we make the oil? And so we built a biogas plant. In fact, we're the first food oil company in the world to have a circular economy. So at the top here, so we've got regenerative biodiverse farming. There's a big tick for small farmers. And you know that small farmers are the only avocado producers who can do organic avocados. You cannot make or produce an organic avocado in an orchard, in a large plantation. And through our work with PFR, we have climate smart training for all our farmers. Another big tick. And then we produce the avocado oil. And from the biogas, this is what was meant to happen, but hasn't happened, is that we make biofuel. And we were to import our trucks because we spend 40 million a year on trucks and fuel. But we are unfortunately unable to import biofuel trucks into Kenya because of a change of government regulations. And we spent 3 years trying to get around this. But once we do, it'll make a significant difference because then we will not have the inflation and energy, the rising energy costs that everybody else is suffering from. And so basically, we go around here and the consumers in Europe are looking for companies which produce sustainable products with a low carbon footprint. And that's what we can deliver. So there is a future for avocado in Kenya, for both fresh, particularly if you can produce it in the early part of the season, which is January, February, March, for export, or the late season after August, and for oil, because there's a very good market for oil around the world, if it's quality. So while, there's dark clouds on the future for this year and the next probably 5 years, 6 years, we can find ways around it, but we all need to work together and get the government and the HCD to ensure that regulations are followed. Thank you.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I think we'll keep going. We've got a big discussion period at the end of the day, so we'll be able to cover off on a lot of those things at that time. So I can introduce myself. I think you heard last week. Yesterday, I've worked. It feels like a week. It's been a lot of hard work, but I have to say, big cheers to the team here who've done a great job organising this event and this venue. It's been really good. So if I can have my slides up. Yeah, I've been working in post-harvest science since I did my PhD. Avocados, I started on that early and really enjoyed the ride. Avocados are a really great crop. It's one of the great things from a science point of view is that the fruit is around for a really long time. So it's not like you've got a 6-week harvest window. You can keep working on avocados pretty much the whole year round, which is a really beneficial. But today, one of the things I really want to talk about, which we've been doing a lot of training and a lot of work on, is the importance of dry matter and maturity, which so when we first started the journey with Olivado, it was simply saying, oh, well, how much oil are you going to get out? How much oil you're going to get out is determined by what the dry matter is at the beginning, how much oil there is in the fruit. And dry matter and oil are very correlated. So we said, well, we should do some surveying. So we started with a journey of measuring dry matter that went on for a few years, and out of that started to come the concept of the decision support tool, or now we call the time to harvest. So it started in that path, and then it started to become, well, what about the fresh fruit industry in Kenya and what's going on there? So it's become, from an area that was just about trying to get the most oil out of it, has become actually quite a hot topic. So dry matter and maturity, and it's been interesting talking to people around, but I wanted to get some basic stuff across. So really important, and quite miraculously, avocados just do not ripen when they remain on the tree, right? They just sit there. They can sit on the tree for anything up to a year from the time they mature. Depends where you are. In New Zealand, we can hold fruit for over a year from 22% dry matter. They just sit on the tree and keep going and going. Different environments are different. So, and we were doing a whole big area of research to try and figure out why the fruit don't ripen on the tree, but that's another story. So there's no really obvious changes to maturity. Sure, when fruit are very immature, 16, 14, 20, lower 20%, they're a bit more shiny, and you can sort of see that. And as they head up to 24, 25, they get a little less shiny, but these are not good measurements of maturity. You need to do some actual measurements. So how do we find maturity? Dry matter is our simple, thank goodness, one of the most simple things we can do. So basically you take a sample of tissue, we'll get onto it. It needs to be a representative sample of tissue. You just dry it. We tend to use these desiccators in New Zealand, even for some of our very large, we have people doing the equivalent of what HCD does, and they have big rooms full of these, just drying them. So you don't need to have necessarily expensive equipment. You take a sample of the tissue, and then you dry it at 65 degrees or so, and then you express it as a percentage, right? So dry matter is just the percentage of solid material left after you've dried to a constant weight. So How does dry matter change? So this is in New Zealand. You can see here where what we're talking about here is up the top. So what is the dry matter? Here is where we start at 24% in September. This is around about where we start our commercial harvests. And you can see that over the months, this is through to December. So this is Christmas. So we've got 4 or 5 months, it goes up and up and up, and often you get a little bit of a plateau like that. So this is a very long period of time. The dry matter is going from 24 up to 36%. And since we're here talking about oil correlates with that very, very strongly. So basically, there's about a 10%, roughly a 10% difference in oil content from your dry matter. It's a rough rule of thumb that's sort of useful. So dry matter increases over time. And this is something that somebody said to me. And so that's why I've put this in. They said, people think that the harvesting people, who are the people who pick it up? The brokers. They think that when you harvest the fruit, the dry matter will go up after it's harvested. And one of the things that's very different about avocados is it doesn't. So you take a dry matter at harvest, and we've done lots of experiments on this. You take a dry matter at harvest and follow it till it's fully ripe, the dry matter stays the same. And there are reasons for that. Basically, it's burning off a lot of carbon, so which is sugars, which are solid. So it maintains a constant dry matter. So no, this is not like, I don't know, a fruit where you harvest it and as it ripens, it gets sweeter, okay? So it's not that sort of physiology. Obviously, it ripens after we harvest it from the tree. And this is an important terminology. So maturity is this increase in dry matter. Ripening is the softening of the fruit. And sometimes people use these terms back and forth, and that can really get confusing. And unfortunately, in Spanish, there's no such thing as a different word for ripen and mature. So they use the same word, it matured, for ripening as it does for maturing on the tree, so you can get some confusion rolling on there. All right, so real simple terminology. So fruit mature and ripen, and these two terms are different for avocado. We won't worry about arguing about other fruit. So dry matter and fruit quality is important. Why is this important? We've been doing a lot of work with partners and things over the years. So we've talked about this on Zoom many times. All countries face the pressure or the temptation to harvest early fruit for high prices. This is not just Kenya. This happens all over the world. New Zealand, we have fruit thefts in New Zealand as well. People hide and steal avocados. And if people didn't put regulations, you can get immature fruit. So you have to have regulations, because people will always be looking for some more money. It's got, and I'll show you some graphs coming up, but immature fruit has poor quality, the taste, and the ripe fruit quality after you harvest it. And I'll show you some graphs. It's tempting to go lower, but you get a product that the consumer doesn't want, and they're less likely to repurchase it. And if you get a bad fruit experience, it's not quite the same as what Gary was showing you, but if you get a really poor quality experience, you may not go back to that, they say, for 2 to 4 weeks, right? You just sort of, until you forget that it might be bad and you hope that things have improved. So poor quality leads to reduced consumer consumption. And as everybody knows, if you have poor quality fruit, your importers will hammer you on price. And it's really hard to get that back the other way. As I sort of said yesterday, easy for your reputation to decline, easy for price to decline, and hard to rebuild it. Really big delay running on this. This was an article that I collected while I was here on one of my trips in 2018, and it just states, so this is from Kenya, obviously. Honestly, there's delay. The price of avocados dropped by half due to low quality. So this was 2018, and nothing has changed, right? You have poor quality fruit with low dry matter, quality and price will go down, and your reputation will decline. So why does it matter harvesting early? And some of those things that Gary showed, here's what happens if we harvest too early. This has all been, people have done research on this for years. You get vascular browning, strands, they go like this. You get rubbery flesh, you get shriveling, The fruit just do not ripen as well as they should. If they do ripen, you get a whole range of disorders. Stringy vascular, we call it. So this is where the vascular strands actually can come away from the flesh, which you can sort of see over here. Increased rots, all of your usual body rots, and importantly, stem end rots as well. So this is where they're coming from the stem, and as well as that, we have watery taste. So harvesting immature fruit, this is what will happen. And also, you are not sending your fruit a short distance. You're trying to send it to Europe. If you were sending it for 2.5 weeks away, and you had good cool chain and good ethylene treatment at the end, that would be good. But you've got quite a long distance. You've got to drive it all the way down to the coast, put it on a ship. There's delays with COVID, and this is the sort of disorder you get at the other end. This was some work we did in Peru. So what we've got here are the disorders from 3 different areas of work. So this is stem end rots, this is a graph for body rots, and this is a graph for vascular browning. So you can see the disorders. And what's interesting is if you look, here's the dry matter along the bottom. And we did a whole lot of trials with the fruit from lots of different orchards. So here is where quality has gone much worse, right? So first of all, you can see that line that's been fitted here, that as dry matter goes lower, the disorders go up. This is percentage of fruit that is showing those disorders. But you can also see that there's quite a lot of variability. So some orchards, even down at 23, we've got 40%, but some of these are showing, what is that, 50% stem end rots. Similarly, for body rots, we've got some orchards here showing a whole lot of rots and stringy vascular down here. And what's interesting is if you just step backwards, and this is not statistics, but if you put a 24% dry matter line down here, there's no increases in disorders in this top part of the graph, right? So broadly speaking, and this is done in Peru, but you know, these are quite expensive trials to do. Broadly, low dry matter fruit are going to have much more chance of worse quality. So it's just sort of simple. If we can stay above at a higher dry matter, and 24% is not a bad place to end up, we can get better quality. This is some work that Mary Lou Arpaia did in California. Lots and lots of consumers tasting fruit of a range of different dry matters, and this is their acceptability, what they think about it. And 50%, a rating of 5 here is sort of like neither like nor dislike is the terminology people use for that. So overall, you can see increasing dry matter, people are more likely to like the fruit. And when we're down 15, 16%, we're getting a lot of not liking. We then did some work in Australia, and this was done a lot more detail. And one of the things we asked people was whether the slide would change. Again, honestly, sorry, it's doing like 5-second delays. So what we did was we had fruit from quite a wide range of places. So what we've got on the bottom here is 15% dry matter all the way up to 45%. So very big. And here is likelihood of purchase. So what you're doing is you're saying to people, if you had this avocado, would you want to pay for it, right? Do I want to buy it or not? And what you can see is that if you're down here at 20, at 20%, you've got a 50% chance that people might buy it. Once we get up to 25, 27, you're getting an increasing likelihood. And actually, and this is actually my opinion from many years of eating avocados, somewhere around 28 is actually a really good tasting avocado, okay? Significantly, and hopefully it'll pop up, if we look down here at 16%, with 1% chance of buying it, all right? So you get a 15% avocado, you're like, no, I'm never gonna eat this. And so a key point here is that at this part of the curve, under 20, we've got a really steep decline in willingness to buy the fruit, okay? So this is expensive research, really hard to do, but the bottom line is there's a big decline in acceptability down at this bottom end. So there are different countries have different standards. Many of them, some of them are there for quite historical reasons. New Zealand has had 24%. What we actually do is measure the individual dry matter of 21 fruit. So we don't take a subsample, sorry, we don't measure an average. We actually single individual fruit. This is what Zespri does on our kiwi fruit as well. So very expensive. Instead of 1 measure of dry matter, you're doing 21 measures of dry matter. And what we say is that 18 above 20.8. So we're trying to push the average so that there's no bad fruit at the bottom end. South Africa, just down the road, they've chosen 25%. So I suppose you would say New Zealand and South Africa would have some of those. And more recently, Kenya has put in any chance we could turn off the chats, increase from 22, and all I can just say is this is really well done. I appreciate that this is a big deal for exporters. It's easy as a scientist to come in and give recommendations and things. It means working with different clients potentially, but by bringing this in, you're delaying your harvests. You're going to get better quality oil, better quality fruit, and better outturns. Really significant and really important. And this is something Bob helped with, this sort of concept that try to get people to understand that dry matter is variable and it's part of a population. I'll show you a graph in a sec, but this is a graph that Bob sort of pulled out. So what we're looking at here is the dry matter along the bottom. And what you've got here is a classic bell curve. So what you're showing is the proportion of fruit that are in each of these 2% categories, all right? So what this means is that if we use a 22% dry matter, 50% of the avocados are less than 22%. This is just how life works in statistics. So you are thinking, oh, well, 22 is not bad, but that means you've got 50% of the fruit in this part of the curve, okay? So if we take this number here, 20 to 22, you've got 33%, a third of your fruit are in that rate in that area. Whereas if we then move to a 24% dry matter standard, which is what you've done, this bottom curve, now we move this bar along on the bottom. So this is 24%, this is our average. Now we've only got 16% of our fruit are less than 22% dry matter, right? So now what this 34% here means that we've got fruit that are much more acceptable and we've got much fewer fruit in this lower part of the bell curve. So that's just a statistical sort of reality of dry matter, and these are the two important numbers to compare. So all things being equal, this will really improve outturn and consumer acceptability. So as well as that, we've been very clear that we need to push a standardized way of measuring dry matter. Here is that bell curve I mentioned. This is 2 harvest times in New Zealand in January and thing. You can see the variability here. There is an 18% difference in dry matter between this fruit and that fruit. So the dry matter here is around 24, but there's some 36% fruit and there's also some 16% fruit, right? So that just gives you a demonstration of that bell curve. Because of this big variation, we need to take a decent number of fruit. You cannot get a decent answer from 5 fruit or 10 fruit. Even 20 is not that good. And when we've worked with Steve, he's told us we need more than that. But realistically, and what is used around the world is about 20 fruit sampled from each orchard. So we need to have a decent number of fruit. Avocados and most fruit actually have remarkable differences in dry matter around the fruit. So as you go from the outside to the inside, from the top above the stone to the top of the stone, from the bottom to the middle, you can see these differences in dry matter. 7 to 36, 30 to 45. So which tissue you sample is actually really important. And you need to get a representative way of sampling, and that's what we'll talk about. So doing this, where you sort of dig a hole in the middle of an avocado and don't sample the outside here, isn't going to give you an accurate idea of what the dry matter is. And so that's why, we're trying to push some standards. So, where's our box of goodies? Actually, that's something. Could you go and grab that box while we remember? It's in the VIP room. So a couple of years ago, Gwen pulled together all the work we've done and came up with a little user guide to saying, here's how you can measure dry matter. We've recommended 2 different ways of doing it there. We'll hand that out now. There's about 150 of them, so there's enough. But so if you've got multiple people from the same company, can you just take one? This is a suggestion. This is standard stuff that's done all around the world. So this is no reinvention. It's not some special thing, but we've tried to put that into one document. So I would suggest, and we've talked with Sarah, HCD, maybe taking something like this and developing it further and then really working to train people how to do it. So how you need to sample from the orchard, you need to walk through the orchard, sample different trees across the blocks. You need to prepare the samples the same way, how you take the tissue, which we'll talk about briefly, and then how you dry it. How you dry it's not actually really important. The bottom line is you need to dry it to a constant weight. You can dry it in the sun if you want. You can use a microwave, you can use a desiccator, you can use an oven, but you don't want to, the main thing is you don't burn the sample. So you can't put it in an oven at 150 degrees, that doesn't work. And then, as I said, we've got copies for you guys to take away and then to use. One thing that we're very keen on is the Hofshikora. Ruben, a guy in California, sort of came up with this concept. And basically this big coring thing just takes a big cork borer straight through the middle of the fruit, of an unripe fruit. We've got the machine out there, and after this and all day, if you want, you can come out and have a look at it. Bob and Bridget and Olivado have worked hard to try and get some prototypes built. This is the yellow one was from New Zealand. And we've got one here, which we've got going, and there's 4 more, but I really strongly encourage the use of this. It's really fast. It's very much safer. The only knife you're using is to chop up the tissue. You're not handing somebody a big knife to cut a fruit in half. It's just so much safer, so much faster, and it's an international standard. So I just highly recommend working with that, and we need to find a good engineering company to make more of them. Yes, they're not cheap. I can't remember can you remember how many shillings it came to, Bob? It's not cheap, but Olivado has had one of these, this unit here, running for 4 years, 5, 6 years, and has done tens of thousands of dry matter samples. You get a very strong right arm from pushing the fruit, but very, very useful tool. Yeah, if you can hand those around. Oh, right. So then Olivado and many people over time have said to us, but why can't we use these new guns? And I'm going to get into a bit of trouble here with this opinion, but the Felix is being used here, and I understand being promoted quite hard. If you look online, you'll find things like Sun Forest, this system, which is actually a bit better because the light source goes from different angles. So NIR, near infrared spectroscopy, is where you have a whole lot of wavelengths, you shine a bright light and you receive what comes back from that. And then you build a model and you get a whole lot of different numbers back and you measure lots of dry matter and you build this model. It is fast. Depends, they can be 10, 20, 30 seconds. It all depends, but they can be quite quick, and you get a number, and everybody loves to see a number from just pressing a button for 10 seconds. We'd all like to do that. There's been tons of research done on these sort of machines all around the world over a very long time. I've been working on it with people who do this and things for 20 or 30 years. It's not a new technology. The Felix is about, I understand, about $750,000. So it's a very expensive item. But when you look at repeatability, you can have a talk to, I think it would be okay to say that. You can have a talk to Edna. She's had a play with it and has concerns. You get user variability, how you hold it. If you take it out into the field, you have problems of light. So these work really well at 20 degrees in an air-conditioned room with the right humidity and no background light and everything working perfectly. But once you take them out in the field with the sun, and do I need to tell you about your Kenyan red dust that blows everywhere and goes on everything? And to state the obvious, avocados have a thick skin, and you're trying to shine a light through that thick skin and get a repeatable number back. That's quite difficult. And then worse, avocados are bumpy. So now you've got chances for light to shine in at different angles. So I'm sorry, it's not as accurate as people would like it to be. Ultimately, wet chemistry, measuring dry matter by taking a sample and drying it is the standard way to do it. But I'll put some graphs up just because people want to see graphs. This is measuring one way of measuring dry matter. That was the original standard that Mary Lou, from California. And Mary Lou in showing that the Cora, the Hofschi Cora was good, she did, this is 1,011 samples or something. It's just thousands. And you can see how tight that number is, right? There's an error of less than plus or minus 1% across this curve. So much less variable. Dry matter is internationally recognized by everybody. The only thing being the South Africans express it the opposite way. They talk about moisture content instead of dry matter. And here's some data graphs, right? So along the bottom, we've got dry matter, and up here, we've got the predicted values. You can see the sort of scatter we're getting here. Large and small fruit, we're at least 2% sort of errors. I emailed a whole lot of people, and this is graphs that came back. The next graph is Felix. So here we are, 20% to 30% dry matter on the bottom, predicted dry matter on the side, and that's the sort of scatter of data we've got there. So if we choose 24% and we go up to here, you're getting under 22% and over 26% here. So if you're thinking you might be getting 24, but you could be getting anything from 2 to 2.5% on each side of that. And that is very large. And it's an unacceptable level of variability for clearing. And I guess the key point I have is that Felix is a useful guide for measuring over time. If you've got an orchard, you want to see how your orchard's tracking, then sure, go out with the Felix, measure 50 fruit, not just 20 or 10, measure 50 numbers, come back and follow those over time. But if you're wanting to decide, can I now harvest my block? Have I reached 24% dry matter? Then you need to be doing your wet chemistry. You need to measure dry matter by taking samples from across that orchard. Just a comment, you've got Gary there who can give you quality assessments from outturn overseas. But one thing to do that some countries have done, New Zealand did this when we started exporting to America, was we sent somebody overseas. Their job was to be an independent representative for Kenya or New Zealand. They went round, they knew what containers were coming in, they took some samples, they checked temperatures, they sourced fruit, they ripened the fruit. Obviously, it's easy to get avocados out of a container and look at the outside and say, oh, there's spots and damage and there's a rot here and it's damaged or the fruit wasn't the right color. But as we all know, the devil of avocados is what are they like when they're ripe? And that takes, you need to take it back to rooms, you need to ripen it for, a week or two, all of those sort of challenges. So that's one thing this person can be doing. They ripen fruit, they interact with the industry, they provide instantaneously feedback back to Kenya, and then you have a chance to do stuff and you can collate information, all that sort of thing. So yeah, here's the hall of horrors of all of the things that go wrong with avocados. External chilling injury from going too low, body rots, long-term storage. So basically the fruit's too old and the cool chain was done badly. And what Gary showed you is a classic example of avocados that have been held in cool store for either very warm at 4 weeks or held for 6 to 8 weeks at low temperature. It's just the hallmark of long storage. The other thing is to try and talk the same language. Many years ago, I was working with Australians and I said, well, the South Africans talk about grey cold and black cold and they have all these dusky cold and it's not super clear. And I said, well, why don't we come out with a standard? So we worked with the Australians and New Zealanders and in the end with the Californian Avocado Commission to develop this manual, the International Avocado Quality Manual. You can buy it from UC Davis. We worked on the production, but they sell it. So if you search for post-harvest at UC Davis and look in their library, you can buy these. They're not super cheap. Well, I think they are very cheap, frankly. They're $40 US, 45. But the aim of this was a very basic step-by-step how to ripen fruit, how to assess them, and pictures of the disorders with rating numbers on them. And the aim of this is that everybody talks the same language. We've got a manual for quality assessing and this little handbook where potentially your people you work with have got a small version that they can look at and talk about. So it just means you all are talking about the same thing. Because when somebody tells you your fruit's no good, it's cutting black, because that's a phrase people use it, it's cutting black, or it's got lots of checkerboarding, you're like, well, what does that mean? Well, we've tried to standardize those terms. So I'd encourage the use of that. And the last slide, there you go, is about best handling. Sarah suggests that we should put something up about this. So if we're talking about harvesting fruit, you need to cut fruit from the tree. You can snap the stem, but what you do not want to do is what was called snap picking, where you take the peduncle out and leave this. This, if you're in a wet environment, and Kenya is a wet environment, you will get lots more stem end rots going in through here. So avocados should all be trimmed often a second time, right? You cut it off the tree, somebody on the ground sits there and trims it to the right size. So for fresh fruit, you want to see avocados like this, not like that. You'll get lots more rots. We've done that work in California, in Australia, and New Zealand, or New Zealand particularly. In wet environments, you just can't do it. Don't drop the fruit on the ground. No fruit at any time should be dropping on the ground. Nothing to do with avocados, it's just all fruit. There are listeria, E. coli, a whole lot of reasons you don't want dirt on your fruit. You should be cleaning the crates regularly. If you've got crates, it'd be good to move to crates and sacks. We don't want dust and dirt all over the fruit. We saw a rot here in Kenya that we'd never seen before, and Bob did some isolations, and what it was a fusarium that was on the soil that was getting into here, and then, or where you've got wounds on the fruit, and we'd never seen that disorder before. So no soil should get onto fruit at any time. Minimizing damage. They look really hard, and they are really hard, but quite an impact of just this much can bruise an avocado. So if you take an avocado, drop it on the table, and then let it ripen, you will find a bruise in that part of the fruit. It damages the skin, blah, blah, blah. It's real simple, but it's really important. So don't drop crates. You know, when people are unloading trucks, the guys just start throwing them around. You've got to be gentle with the fruit. And overall, we want to keep fruit in the shade or in the cool. Don't leave it sitting out in the middle of the orchard, under the trees. Put tarpaulins over the top of it. And then when we come to transporting, trucking is always really important, probably in every country, but I think here in Kenya, even more so. You've got quite small trucks, some of them quite old. You have to remember my slides. You want the suspension to be as good as possible. You can get really good air suspension where literally the trucks just float on really good suspension. That's not going to happen here, I get that. But let's do some simple things. Drive slowly. If you're going over potholes, then go slowly. If you're in the back roads, going fast won't help. Try and minimize the distance that fruit are shipped. Traveling for 2-3 hours on any roads anywhere in the world is not good for any fruit. Covers, here we go. Real simple stuff. If you have dark colors, black, green, blue, those covers heat up in the sun. They really get hot. They can be over 50 degrees. So having your trucks that are white is a really simple thing or the tarpaulin to be white. That alone can give you 20-degree differences. Ventilation, having some air coming through, good suspension, driving carefully, not speeding, particularly on the poor roads, as I mentioned. Keeping the trucks in the shade. If the trucks are stopping somewhere, try to have them in the shade of a tree. And obviously being careful with loading and unloading. And in terms of cooling, it is good to get them as cool as possible soon, but really you want to get fruit packed as soon as possible is the bottom line. And most countries have recommendations somewhere around 18 hours, but now we're into lots more detail. And overall, I guess the whole area of fresh fruit handling and things is something that I still think we could have more input into. So, Asante sana, and thank you. Okay, so is that morning tea? 20 minutes morning tea? Okay, and then we come back for the next talk. Thank you very much, Asante.
free from Phytophthora.
There is a way of testing the soil for Phytophthora. Not many labs are doing it in Kenya just yet. But as we move towards certification for Phytophthora-free nurseries, these will become critical.
Here is how it's done. Take a very small random sample from your batch of seedlings and test it to make sure that they are free from Phytophthora. Soil samples are flooded with water and pieces of young avocado leaf floated on the water. If Phytophthora is present in the soil sample, it will infect the leaves. Infected leaves are then tested for Phytophthora by two different methods. The first is a quick test using a color reaction on a dipstick. The second is by inspecting the leaf under a microscope. And that's it. Get in touch with iShamba for advice on how to set up a Phytophthora-free nursery.
What do you think?
It's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Good morning.
Wow.
Get back.
Bridget.
Yes.
Is it really you? We were just watching her.
Watching you from the video.
So why we see her again?
So she's here in person. So Kangebe, meet Bridget. Bridget, meet our farmer Kangebe.
Wow, pressure to meet you, Kangebe.
Yes. So have you watched the videos?
Yeah.
Any question?
Yeah, I've got one for sure.
Okay.
Now, since I've got a good seedling, how do I go about it?
We have a surplus for you. So you have to follow us.
For sure.
Let's go.
Can I come?
No.
You stay here and watch the videos.
Bridget, I can't believe I was just watching and you're right here.
Before we get to our surprise, Kangebe needs to dip his feet in a footbath to make sure he doesn't carry any soil from the deceased trees. And here is the surprise. Bridget's brought some grafted disease-free seedlings, all ready to plant. So Bridget and Kangebe, we're finally here. So it's time to plant. Are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Any question, Kangebe?
Yeah, I would like to know from Bridget the best way for planting.
Okay. The first thing, you just select where you want to plant your seedlings. If you find it, you just come and do 2 by 2. The topsoil, you keep it aside, and the subsoil, you keep it the other side. The topsoil is the one which you are going to mix with the well-decomposed manure. Then you fill the all again. Then from there, you look at the size of the potting bag of the seedling. Then you use your hands, you dig the all, then you plant, then later you water.
And another question, Bridget. I've seen it's organic manure.
Yeah.
Can you use fertilizer?
Yes, you can use. You can be conventional farmer or you can be organic farmer. What I usually emphasize is on organic farming, because for the fruits, you get a lot of money more than the conventional ones. So now we are going to use on an organic way.
Let's do this. Dig a hole 2 feet wide by 2 feet deep. Separate the topsoil from the bottom soil. Mix the topsoil with well-decomposed manure. Then add the soil mix back into the hole. Once the hole is full, make a small space for the seedling and place it in the hole. Farm in some soil around the sides, and there you go. So Bridget, now that we've planted it, how much water does it need now?
Because it's very dry, we are going to use like 20 liters of water.
20 liters.
Yes.
So, Bridget, how much water do I need to water the seedling?
For the young seed, like now we have planted, you need 5 liters 3 times a week.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
We're done.
Yes.
And shame on you.
I was just inspecting them.
It's okay. It's okay. Did you enjoy the ship up?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it to the fullest.
Yes. Thank you so much. And are you happy? Yes. Okay.
Before we go, one more time, let me just say something, okay?
What do you want to do?
Phytophthora.
Phytophthora. Bye.
Ta, 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 ta. No, 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 no. Ta, ta, ta. No, no. I wonder what I jump.
Hello, this is Aishamba. How can I help you?
My name is George. George Kangete. I had an issue with my avocados and I thought we could be of help.
Sorry to hear that. What are some of the signs?
My plant has got these symptoms. The leaves are falling off. They start by changing their color from green to yellow and then they fall off. And then the stem themselves, they start drying off just from the tip of the head going downwards.
It sounds like your trees have Phytophthora, commonly known as root rot disease.
What?
Phytophthora. It's a common problem for avocado trees in Kenya.
Meet Kang'ethe, a 29-year-old farmer in Makuyu, Murang'a County.
Before I started farming on my own, I've been mostly employed on other farms. Through being employed, I felt like farming is giving. I thought of working for myself and also employ other people to work for me.
He has leased this little shamba where he grows cabbages, tomatoes, skuma, spinach, maize, and avocados. He has started small, but has big plans.
In 5 years, I just don't want to be where I am right now today. I want to be in a place whereby I've increased my production. And instead of just planting avocado in such a simple area, I enlarge my farm. I want to make more.
His beloved avocado trees seem to be suffering from a disease. You know, we've been sneaking around Aishamba trying to find out what problems farmers are facing.
Oh, yes. And you've heard from one farmer that is having a huge challenge with his avocados, and he wants to go very big with them.
So we dug and found out that the problem they are facing is very common in Kenya.
Ah, yes. It's a disease called
Phytophthora. Phytophthora.
Let's call it root rot.
Okay. And so we invited Dr. Ruth from KALRO to come and tell us more about the disease.
Ah, here she is. Doc.
Kang'ethe is also here, right? How are you?
Hello.
So straight to it, Kang'ethe.
Yes.
What is ailing your avocados?
I've got this issue right now with my avocados drying up. It has made me feel like to quit this thing. Because actually after uprooting, I found the root were kind of rotting.
Isn't that the root rot, doctor?
That is most likely Phytophthora root rot.
Caro,
yes.
Shall we go have a look at the avocado trees?
Oh, yeah, that will be fine. But wait a minute. I think I know someone who knows everything about avocados. Let me go get her and see what she can also help us understand.
Excellent idea. All right. See you later, Caro. Okay, let's go have a look at the trees. This orchard has over 200 avocado trees, with the better half dying. Even though Kang'ethe irrigates his shamba, there are few avocados to spot on his trees. What has been going on?
What is this?
Yes.
What kind of a disease is this?
This problem you are having here is caused by a pathogen called Phytophthora.
A pathogen is?
What causes the disease is what we call a pathogen.
How does it damage the avocado tree?
It actually causes rotting of the roots. What happens is that the fine roots are affected and they start rotting. The problem spreads into the bigger roots of the plant, causing rotting of the entire root system. And when this happens, the plant is not able to take up water. The first symptoms you will see is that the tips of the plant start drying up towards the bigger stems. The other symptom you see also is the loss of leaves. And once the plant starts losing the leaves and dying back, the plant becomes stunted. And when you uproot the roots of the affected tree, you'll be able to see that they are rotting.
So now, George,
yes,
when you saw that in your avocados, what did you do?
At first, I thought maybe I'm not doing the irrigation the right way.
So you added more water?
I added more water.
Yes.
Sometimes I did the mulching, just trying to help the tree maybe survive, but it didn't work. When can I know that my plants are now affected with this disease?
It is important that you scout through your farm and check the individual trees. Once you see the twig dieback, you see the yellowing, reduced leaves, that tells you there is a problem.
At what age will I know the plant is affected?
If you brought in seedlings from a source that is not reliable, seedlings are already infected. You could see this problem from as early as 1 year. It all depends on the rate at which the roots are rotting.
Does that make sense? Let's break it down for you. The Phytophthora disease lives in the soil. It starts eating the small roots. At this point, the tree still looks healthy, but slowly the old leaves starts to wilt and over time turns light green. As the roots stop working, the tree drops its leaves, followed by the branches dying back. Eventually, the whole tree is dead. The avocado fruits might look okay at first, but as the tree dies back, your harvest will go down and the quality will get worse until you stop getting fruit altogether. So it sounds so dangerous. How bad is it here in Kenya?
The problem is really bad. It is widespread in all areas where avocado is grown, not just in Kenya, but worldwide. A farmer can actually lose the entire orchard if measures are not put in place in good time.
How is this disease spread?
This disease can be spread through infected planting materials. Secondly, it can also be spread through irrigation water, even through surface water. When there is rain, the soil that has the Phytophthora onto a plant that was disease-free, then it can spread from one tree to another. It can also be spread through tools that you use. If you use tools on one plant that is affected and go and use the same tool on a plant that is clean, it will get affected.
To prevent the disease from spreading, disinfect your tools as you move from one tree to the next, as wherever the soil is moved, the disease can be moved with it.
Now my plant is already affected. How can I control the plant?
You need to scout through your farm so that you are able to detect the problem early. Timely management is very important before the disease spreads to so many trees in your orchard. Once you see the very initial symptoms, one of these options is to enhance the drainage of your trees. Make sure that the water seeps through and does not stand around the root region. The second thing you can be able to do is to use a lot of manure, which increases some nutrients like calcium and magnesium. It makes it unfavorable for the Phytophthora.
But farmers, remember that these will only slow down the disease. The best way to avoid this deadly disease is by getting Phytophthora-free seedlings. As Ruth went on to explain, if the tree is dead, it's best to uproot and burn it. Then find a part of your shamba away from here to plant disease-free seedlings. Okay. So Ruth, what would you advise farmers to do?
So your farm could be clean. But depending on where you go to get your planting material, you could actually bring in materials that are affected with Phytophthora to your clean farm.
So a farmer can bring the disease from the nursery to the shamba.
Yes. So first and foremost, the farmer has to make sure that they get their seedlings from nurseries that observe high health standards.
Yes.
The ones that ensure that the materials they are using are disease-free, are pathogen-free.
So, Ruth, how can we find out more about nurseries?
Kangede, I've called somebody from HCD, and she deals a lot with nurseries, and she will be able to give you that information.
Sure.
All right, let's go. Let's go. All right, thank you so much, Ruth. KALRO, we've covered several topics today, but how can our farmers get more information?
Simple. iShamba.
What is iShamba?
iShamba is Shamba Shepherd's call center, where a farmer calls and finds experts who are going to help them understand everything agriculture.
Exactly. How can they join?
Simple.
Call 0711 082606.
It's best to get seedlings free from Phytophthora. The Horticultural Crops Directorate, HCD, regulate fruit tree nurseries in Kenya. Sarah Ndegwa is Horticultural Officer from HCD and is here to tell us more.
We have a mandate to regulate nurseries. So we inspect fruit tree nurseries and we assist to bring up to the right standard, clean seedlings.
So Sarah, what do you look out for when you visit a nursery?
I look at the siting of the nursery. Is it far from the older crop because of disease transmission from the older trees? The security, there's a regulated way of coming in so that you can even have a foot bath so that you can disinfect so that the seedlings remain healthy. One of the things that I look for is where you do your preparation for the mixture. It's called the potting mixture. This is the mixtures that you put in the paper.
It is important that the nurseries steam the potting mix at 70 degrees Celsius for 20 to 30 minutes in order to kill disease in the soil. Farmers, check that the nursery that you are buying your seedlings from has this method in place.
Existing nursery health standards in Kenya generally do cover key elements of a high health nursery, but are not specific to types of diseases.
Going forward, we hope this will be put in place. This will help nursery operators show they are certified to sell Phytophthora-free seedlings and can therefore sell their good quality Phytophthora-free seedlings at a better price. Get in touch with iShamba for advice on where you can get Phytophthora-free nursery at the moment. George,
yes.
Now you know what to check out for.
Yeah, thank you for the help.
All right, thank you so much, Sarah. Today, we are learning all about a deadly avocado disease.
And how you can stop it from getting onto your farm.
Is it just me, or is it really hard to say the name of this disease?
Phytophthora. Phytophthora.
It's not just me.
Oh, dear Tony, Phytophthora. You'll get there. Do you remember our good friend Bridget, the expert on everything avocado? Planting, pruning, harvesting? Well, looks like she's also a fundi on managing a Phytophthora-free nursery. And we are so lucky that she's got a video on how to do exactly that. Let me send the video to Tony.
I wonder where KALRO is. Hey, George.
Hey.
I've got a message from KALRO. She's on her way back. And meanwhile, she has said she sent us a video which will show us how to make a nursery.
How to construct a low-cost Phytophthora-free nursery. The finished nursery is made up of two parts. We have the soil shade, where the potting mix is prepared and treated to make sure it's disease-free. And we have the plant nursery. This is where the potting happens and the seedlings are raised, grafted, and grown for sale. It all starts with the construction of the nursery. For the plant nursery, dig and level the ground where you'll set up the nursery. Next, create a rock base at least 1 foot off the ground and fill it up with gravel. This will make sure that the nursery is not diseased with soil from underneath. Finally, create a metal frame and fix a shade cloth across it to keep the seedlings protected from harsh weather. The shade cloth must come right down to the ground to stop people and animals from entering.
Now, construct a simple soil shed that's connected to the nursery. This will include an area for putting together the potting mix made up of soil, sand, and manure. You also need to set up a method for steaming the potting mix to get rid of the disease that lives in the soil. This can be a proper boiler or a simple 2-drum steamer like this one. Make sure the finished nursery has one entrance at the soil shed and one exit at the bottom of the nursery where the plants are taken out. As we saw, the red zone here is where untreated soil comes in and then steamed to kill diseases in the soil. You then pass through a footbath and enter the green zone. Only steamed soil is allowed into the green zone, and only trained staff can enter here. This ensures that all materials taken into the green zone are disease-free.
The avocado seedlings ready to be sold are then taken out at the end of the green zone. It's a good idea to plant fast-growing grasses, such as napier, along the outside of the nursery, so that soil from outside doesn't splash into the nursery as it will carry diseases.
What do you think of that?
That's good.
Yes.
Sure. And how do we kill the disease?
I think it's time for another video.
Operation of a Phytophthora-free nursery. It's really important to manage your nursery well so that seedlings are sure to be Phytophthora-free. There are 5 key steps to this. Number 1, steaming the potting mix.
This is a boiler. You can use charcoal, you can use firewood so that one gets the steam, which goes to pasteurize the soil.
Your potting mix needs to be steamed at least 70 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes in order to kill the Phytophthora in the soil. The cheapest method is to use a simple drum steamer like this, made out of 2 old 44-gallon steel drums. Here, we have 2 sets. But be careful, as the steel can be quite thin and will need to be replaced once a year. The safer option is to install a well-constructed boiler with a pressure gauge and a safety valve like this one.
Number 2, potting and planting. A good system is to ensure that the soil steamed in the red zone can be taken out in the green zone through a separate opening like this. You can now use this treated soil to fill up the potting bags and plant the seeds. These will grow into what we call a root stock. Here we have used the Puebla variety. As your plants germinate, sort them so that you can graft plants of similar sizes at the same time.
Number 3, grafting and after grafting care. Now, here is how to graft. Tape an implant from a mature, healthy avocado tree onto a rootstock, like this. The implant is also called scion. The new plant will be the same as the mother tree, which the scion came from. A popular export variety in Kenya is the Hass variety. Given good management, these grafted plants will start giving you fruit 2 years from planting, unlike when you plant when you don't graft, which takes about 7 years. Make sure to remove the grafting tapes after 4 to 6 weeks to stop plants from being strangled. Trim off any side shoots to keep a single stem and water carefully to prevent the seedling dying from too little water or becoming waterlogged from too much. Check your plants for pests and diseases daily.
Number 4, dispatch your plants. The avocado seedlings are normally ready to transplant 3 months from grafting. Do not keep them any longer, as plants will become root-bound in the pot and will not do as well. Harden off your plants by keeping them in an unshaded part of the nursery for about a week before being sown. Make sure to release the seedlings at the bottom end of the plant nursery so they do not get in touch with Phytophthora in the red zone.
And number 5, confirm plants are free from Phytophthora.
There is a way of testing the soil for Phytophthora. Not many labs are doing it in Kenya just yet, But as we move towards certification for Phytophthora-free nurseries, this will become critical.
Here is how it's done. Take a very small random sample from your batch of seedlings and test it to make sure that they are free from Phytophthora. Soil samples are flooded with water and pieces of young avocado leaf floated on the water. If Phytophthora is present in the soil sample, it will infect the leaves. Infected leaves are then tested for Phytophthora by two different methods. The first is a quick test using a color reaction on a dipstick. The second is by inspecting the leaf under a microscope. And that's it. Get in touch with iShamba for advice on how to set up a Phytophthora-free nursery.
What do you think?
It's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Good morning. Wow.
You're back.
Bridget.
Yes.
Is it really you? Are? We were just watching her
Watching
here.
you from the video.
That's nice.
But why you see her again?
Now she's here in person. So Kangede, meet Bridget. Bridget, meet our farmer Kangede.
Wow, pressure to meet you, Kangede.
Yes. So have you watched the videos?
Yeah.
Any question?
Yeah, I've got one for sure.
Okay.
Now, since I've got a good seedling, how do I go about it?
We have a surplus for you. So you have to follow us.
For sure.
Let's go.
Can I come?
No.
You stay here and watch the video.
Right, but Bridget, I can't believe I was just watching and you're right here.
A footpath to make sure it doesn't carry any soil from the deceased trees. And here is the surprise. Bridget's brought some grafted disease-free seedlings, all ready to plant. So Bridget and Kangede, we're finally here. So it's time to plant. Are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Any question, Kangede?
Yeah, I would like to know from Bridget the best way for planting.
Okay. The first thing, you just select where you want to plant your seedlings. If you find it, you just come and do 2 by 2. The topsoil, you keep it aside, and the subsoil, you keep it the other side. The topsoil is the one which you are going to mix with the well-decomposed manure. Then you fill the all again. Then from there, you look at the size of the potting bag of the seedling. Then you use your arms, you dig the all, then you plant, then later you water.
And another question, Bridget. I've seen it's organic manure.
Yeah.
Can you use fertilizer?
Yes, you can be conventional farmer or you can be organic farmer. What I usually emphasize is on organic farming, because for the fruits, you get a lot of money more than the conventional ones. So now you're going to use on an organic way.
Let's do this. Dig a hole 2 feet wide by 2 feet deep. Separate
You know, owe me a lot of beer on this one. All right. Okay, everybody, take a seat, please. Echoing where? From where? Where? No, this is muted. Do, 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 do. Is it all right? Do, 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 do. Check, check 1, 2, 3, check 1, 2. You want me to sing what? Right, everybody, if we can take our seats, we'll do 1 minute to start time. All right, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the food. Deep fried bread. The whole world does deep fried bread one way or another. Lovely. Okay, so I'd like to welcome up Steve. Steve Green. Steve is one of these guys, obviously he's very poor with technology, particularly remotes. But when it comes to Excel spreadsheets, modeling, and joining up electronics other than remotes, he's really is really brilliant. So measuring what's going on in the soil and making that into real world things that work is what Steve, what is your problem now? I'm not on silent. Ah, right, a reminder, putting phones on silent. Do people understand what silent means? There's a little button on your iPhone, you just click it down. I'm not sure about the Androids, but yeah, it really helps on distracting, not being distracted, especially if you're a speaker. I find it certainly very distracting. So yeah, phones on silent, much appreciated. Steve, tell us about the model that you've developed, which used to work with me. He took over developing the dry measuring dry matter, and they just happened to cross over with Steve, and he mentioned it, and Steve's like, oh, I can model that, and he has.
Okay, thanks for the great introduction. The best introduction was the previous session. Right time. And so I'm going to show you some software we've been working on with OLIVADO to get the timing right for your harvest. And so this presentation is simply showing the principles behind the tool, and then Edna will take over and she'll give a live demonstration to show you how the harvest time varies across the various regions that are growing the avocados. Talking about phones, we have a new rule today. If we hear any phones, we point to the person. They have to stand up until the presentation's finished. So you've got 1 minute to make sure your phones are off. Otherwise, you're all standing up. We agree? Yeah, okay, that's the new rule. Anyway, and the other rule is don't drop the clicker. Okay, right, here we go. I think. Oh, yes, hang on. Yes, okay, a little bit of a background. It's already been given to us. Okay, it's a bit wonky. Fruit, they're typically harvested for two purposes. Okay, either the fresh fruit, where you've got to hit a particular dry matter content of 24%, okay, in order to export the fruit, or for oil production, where you hang them on the tree a little bit longer to build up the oil contents. Okay, so harvesting for the processing market, it requires you to get that. Otherwise, those oil yields are too low. When you harvest for the fresh market, the export market, you want to be hitting it at 24% or better. And we saw reasons why lower dry matter has more problems with the fruit, and the market it's less acceptable. So the question we're answering here is, with the time to harvest calculator, is when is the right time to harvest the fruit? Oh yeah, as a background, we've been working with OLIVADO through our project, 10 years collaboration, looking at the maturity development of the Haas and the Fuerte fruit across the main supply regions. And what we were able to access is a very, very targeted sample of fruit from a focus farm across different regions, different elevations, different locations, where fruit dry matter was sampled with the machine that you saw out in the demonstration, accurate measurements of fruit dry matter, from a farm that is geo-referenced, so we know exactly where it is. And on those farms, we've installed a climate station, so we know what is driving the fruit to maturity. And from the data, 4 years of data sampling, long before they mature, to way past what would be, very high dry matter content. So we've got the full range of dry matter development, the full range of maturity from a range of fruit. And from that, we've been able to develop a simple computer model that'll assist you with your decision-making when you will harvest the fruit that will meet the purpose for which you're harvesting, either fresh fruit for the export market or processed fruit for oil making. And so in this presentation, I'll just show you, run down in the presentation, the science behind the tool. I think I'm pushing the wrong button. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, that's gone the wrong way. Which way am I going? Okay, so Olivado set up through this program of research a network of fruit dry matter sampling. We chose 3 areas: Maragua, Nyeri, and Embu. And they're basically, fruit come in from those regions at different times because they're at different altitudes. Different altitudes give you different temperatures and different growth rates for your fruit. Okay, and over time, the collection of fruit over time, and it was the dry matter samples were collected using the Hofsky Cora, taking those plugs, and Alan's been out there demonstrating it over the tea time. And so the sort of data we were collecting, we're measuring the temperature first, the climate, across these different growing regions. I just show on the left-hand side here, the sort of temperature pattern you get in Kenya over the growing season for, it's a couple of years, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4 years of data, where we have at the low altitudes, Thika, down by Thika town, warmer temperatures than at a medium altitude site and at an upper level site. So temperature drops off with altitude, and we know how the temperature changes as you increase altitude. That leads to a delay in fruit maturity. And so in the science world, we model a lot of processes as the accumulated heat over time. So imagine if from flowering, those fruit are developing and growing. If it's warmer, they grow faster. If it's cooler, they grow slower. And so we're trying to get a climate-based prediction for the fruit development. And what we do is we accumulate up little heat units. And that accumulation we call the growing degree days. Okay, and we sum those up over the growing season, and that gives you a rate of temperature or heat accumulation. And here you go, at the low site, really warm, and at the high site, really cool, and it takes a lot longer to accumulate a certain amount of heat. And so in our experiments, we're trying to match the rate of the climate and the fruit development. So we want to find when is the time when the fruit have reached those 2 target windows for harvest. The 24%, that is the standard now for harvesting your export fruit for fresh market, and the 30%, which is the standard we're aiming for the oil production. And so if we have climate data from all over Kenya, and if we have good fruit data that relates the temperature or the climate to the fruit development, then we have a model. Okay, and a model is simply a set of equations that says, from the climate, I will tell you when your fruit are ready to harvest. Okay, so it's pretty powerful these days because you can get the climate anywhere in the world from satellites. And so we have in this tool, as we showed yesterday with the irrigation tool, with this tool for the the time to harvest tool, we've got climate data for the whole of Kenya. Okay. Just showing you again where we put some temperature sensors in the farms where we were collecting the fruit. Okay. And that was established early on at the start of the project. And there was 8 stations and they ranged in altitude and maturity and everything. And so we were trying to collect at that stage the actual farm data. What is the actual climate at that location? But when we analyze the data, we can simply explain how those heat units changed as you go up the valley. As you increase in altitude from Thika up to the top of the highlands, you see fewer and fewer heat units. It's getting colder and colder as you get higher and higher. And so our question to answer is, what is the impact of that change in altitude, that change in temperature? How does that impact your time to harvest? Because if imagine you're a farmer way up in the highlands and you go down to Thika and you see, man, they're harvesting their fruit now. Take no notice of that. They're harvesting a month or so earlier before you will be, simply because their fruit higher up in the valley, or lower down in the valleys, their fruit are ready to harvest, but yours won't be yet. So you need a little bit of science to make those predictions a bit better. We set up a climate station as a base station at the Olivado orchard, and from that we will calculate what the temperatures are across the regions. Okay, just an example of, we've got 4 years, 5 years, 6 years of data, just showing each day how the temperatures change at Thika over the year. So this is every day's data for, I think it was 30-year time series. And you see the temperatures changing in a seasonal pattern, and you see the humidities changing in a seasonal pattern. Remember yesterday we told you when the humidity is low, the air is warm, trees transpire more, right? Well, also, they grow a bit faster, the fruit are maturing a little bit quicker there. So we've got a whole lot of data from our different regions, and we've also gone in and assembled a whole lot of data from satellites. And we put it into a tool that will enable us to calculate when is the best time to harvest the fruit. Well, my clicker's going, and you can see across the western region that the climate's a little bit different. The climate's a little bit different. It's a little bit warmer over this period, you know, when the fruit are really, the dry matter is accumulating here. It's a bit warmer here, and it's a lot drier at Kakamega compared to Thika. So if you're sourcing your fruit from the western region, you really want to know when those fruit are ready to harvest, ready to send to market, and that time will be different to your experience here in the highlands. And so just simply, as a computer modeler, you need a thing called a parameter. When should I start my calculations? And so this is just showing you how things change. If I started in October, you know, flowering's around here somewhere, I start accumulating heat units at different times, and I see when is the best time for my model to start making my calculations. So behind the tool, there's a lot of science has gone in to optimize our calculations to deliver the most accurate estimates for the model and the most accurate estimates for you as the farmers or the exporters. So we set the start date, and then we just run an accumulation. I've got 3 graphs on this page just showing you where the data behind the tool has come from. It didn't quite come up as colored, but on the top left-hand corner, this is the raw data. I've got a climate station that tells me how warm this site is, and I've got my fruit dry matter samples that tell me over time, okay, what the general pattern of fruit maturity is, right? And so after, if I set a target of 24% dry matter, it's going to take 1,350 growing degree days to reach that level of maturity. In the lowlands, it'll take so many months. In the highlands, it'll take that many months plus 2 more. Okay, and we can quantify that now. So we take our basic data and then we have to invert it, flip the graph. And Gary says to me, I want to know where my fruit are 30%. So I dial up a 30% and I say, well, that's when there's been 2,000 growing degree days of heat accumulation. So I have to look in the climate data and say, where in Kenya now is the growing degree, is the heat accumulation reached that 2,000 point? Well, that will be when those fruit will then be right to harvest for our oil production. The other thing we need to do, so this is our basic working equation is here. Give me a fruit dry matter, I'll tell you when it's ready to harvest in terms of a thermal or a heat accumulation. It's not a date yet, but we're getting to the date in a minute. Okay, and then we do a little test, see how good the model is. This is just a check of how good the model is for fuerte fruit, and the slope of that line is 1, so it's pretty accurate. And 99% of the variation is explained on the basis of the temperature and the elevation. So the model's pretty good for fitting the data. So we have some good confidence on the what's behind the model. And we've got similar data for Haas. Fewer Haas were in our samples, but the model is just as good at fitting. First of all, describing from temperature the rate of maturity development, and then inverting that to give you an equation that says, if you want to target the fruit dry matter at a certain percentage, this is how warm it needs to be. So you've got a pretty strong relationship there. And then we've got independent data that verifies the model works pretty good. Okay. And again, it's got a pretty good fit. So behind the calculations is some good science, fairly rigorous science based on 4 years sampling from 8 different farms at different locations. What does the model look like? Looks like it stopped. Okay, it's a simple little Excel model. So it's for maybe exporters to look at to decide where in a given region you'll be taking your fruit from. Or it might be for HCD to decide if this fruit came in from here, is it likely to be ready for that market it's aiming for? So there's lots of uses for models, and simply we've set up a little front end which dials up the variety, the purpose, fresh or processed fruit, and it sets some standards. Have to go back. Come on, go back. Yeah, and then you dial up your standard. The current target for the fresh fruit is 24%. You might be interested in knowing on what day, how ready the fruit are today, or next week or next month. So you can put in a date, and you can say, imagine Gary wants to get his fruit at 30%. He wants to send his monitoring team out before time to confirm it's when the harvest will be. And so he can dial up, for example, 26%. Tell me when the fruit are at 26%, so I can organise our team to go and do some dry matter sampling to see where we are. Okay, so options within the tool to look at date, location, or a target dry matter. The tool I showed you yesterday, a little bit of it with the irrigation thing. It's got every village in the avocado growing region. I'm just showing the highlands here. And in this version of the tool, we just give some locator towns as an example. And so you can say those towns, I might want to be harvesting some fruit from Embu. I might want to know what the temperature is there. It's frozen again. And you can see at Nakuru, 15 degrees is the average temperature, but at Embu, 20 degrees. So there's a 5-degree temperature difference in the fruit from those two areas. And so what does that mean in terms of a harvest date. And so we've got Haas, the time to harvest for the fresh fruit, which we've defined as being 24% dry matter content. Here we'd be going late March. Here we'd be going late May. March, so there's a 2 or 3 month window between these fruit being ready and those fruit being ready. So there's quite a large delay just because of those differences in altitude. Something to be mindful when you're collecting your fruit or harvesting your fruit. We have another example here, Fuerte, time to harvest for process. So you got a little pull down menu that enables you to select what you're interested in. And if you're looking for oil, from Embu, we're looking at 24%, and from 24th of May, so about now. And then for Nakuru, maybe June, late June for fruit at 30%. So it's a good little way of across the whole of Kenya deciding when you should be harvesting your fruit to meet your target dry matters. There's other screens within the tool. Maybe Edna's going to go over those anyway. But you can see over time, this is a calendar day, and this is dry matter content. You can see a general relationship of the fruit growing. I've selected a particular village, and this is how the fruit would develop at that village over time. And I've put on the graphs kind of your 24% and your 30% dry matter targets. So you would know for oil, you'd be harvesting around here. For fresh fruit, you'd be harvesting here. And close to Lower Tana, we've got a range of fruit development simply because there's different altitudes there. So not all the fruit are going to be ready at this time, right, on average, but here we're pretty safe to say most of them would be ready for harvest. And so as you go up the valleys, you can see, I'll just flick through it, slowly the window, the time, moving out as you get higher and higher up the valleys. So you can't harvest fruit from Thika and from Gathangari at the same time, simply because at Thika they're ready, but at Gathangari they've still got 2 or 3 months to go. Okay, so we're trying to get a tool that will enable you to make better decisions on when to harvest based on climate across, or where you're growing your fruit. So in summary, quick summary, because I am well on time, aren't I? I don't even have to break the clicker today. It's important to harvest fruit at the right time. Gary showed us, Alan showed us why that's important, okay? You got to, at the right time, and get the fruit from the right place. The two are related, right, by the climate. And maturity-based assessments, market expectations, we want to harvest the fruit to meet the market we're putting it into. Okay, if we're exporting, we have a target. If we're making oil production, we have a target. And so this tool, it'll predict changes in dry matter, and then we can identify, say there's a big expansion and we know it's coming in the Western region, where should we be getting the fruit from and at what time? Okay, we'll tell you when the fruit would be mature, and we saw the guy with the soil map yesterday telling you where you should be planting those new avocados in the right soil. We can tell you the right climate to hit the market, okay, based on the time to harvest calculated. And so I'll hand over to Edna. She's going to give a little live demonstration and talk about her experiences as a user of the software. Hopefully she'll say it's brilliant. And if she doesn't, and someone else has other questions in the audience, then raise those, please, during the panel discussion. I would like to see it do this or that. No question is too big or too small, and we still have time to answer it. Okay, so that's the hope from the workshop and the panel, that you guys come up with some real tricky questions, you know? So that's the hope anyway. Cheers.
Well done. So welcome to Edna. We've really enjoyed working with Edna. She has been just really marvelous online, and she was doing things with this model and Steve would go, oh, that's interesting. And so I thought it was pretty impressive that somebody can find things that even Steve hadn't figured out, and he built it. So Ian is an agronomist and applied researcher with a master's degree in horticulture and working at Avocado Africa. And again, really look forward to, she's just a whiz on this. Go slowly for everybody.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Edna, and I normally do trainings to farmers. And the one question that farmers ask is, because they're hearing the news everywhere that avocado is the new green gold. But what we are missing, and the question they ask is, how is avocado going to be in the next few years? We all had an experience with the quail business. Kenyans, when we hear about dollars and shillings, everyone wants to go there without even taking the precautions. At the moment, the avocado industry, the avocado reputation, like the Kenyan avocado reputation in the international markets, it's not something to smile about. But no one is talking about that aspect. Everyone is running to buying a few seedlings. Everyone is running to buy a few seedlings to plant, but where are we headed to? This is a model developed to determine the time to harvest. And why is time to harvest important to any player in the industry? We want to harvest quality avocados, and quality, the major characteristic is maturity. If you harvest mature avocado, the handling, the post-harvest, the eating quality will be perfect. But it's not the case out here. We are so impatient, we are so indisciplined, which is one of the major issues why we're getting screwed up in the markets. When we get to May, Peru overtake us, we get less prices, we get less orders because of simply indiscipline, the indiscipline of harvesting fruits very early. When you harvest your fruits very early, what is the implication? They are more susceptible to bruising, and the mode of transport makes it even worse. By the time you get your fruits to the pack house, you have losses. But yesterday you saw the graphs, how the production has been. But there is a graph that was lacking. What is the cause? We are producing tonnage of avocados from different regions, but how much of that quantities are the marketable quality avocados? So we need to address first to increase the amount of fruits that are marketable in the international markets before we run to planting new avocados, which will come finally to what we have right now. So this model is a very simple to use model. It's an Excel based, as you can see, and it has tabs for different functions. This first is called the startup page. The startup page, and I'll try to make it so simple. We leave the models to Steve behind the scenes. So the options that you have on this page as an exporter, I'm an exporter. So on this page, you have the liberty to choose which variety. And here we have two major export varieties, which is the Hass and the Fuerte. So if we are looking about Hass, we click there. If you want to select Fuerte, you select there. The second choice that you have, if you're exporting fresh avocados, this has a drop-down menu. If you're processing like Olivado, you'll choose the processing. And the target dry matter for the fresh as recommended by the HCD is 24, so it's there. And for the processing, it's 30. The reason for the alternative dry matter, sometimes you're targeting you're targeting importers who are into ready to eat market, and you probably want dry matter which is higher than 24. Is to do this, you can do 26 or 28. You can choose any dry matter, or if you are processing oil and you want more oil from the avocados, you can choose 32. So you can play around with the options. Another option is the date that you're targeting. Suppose you have an order, maybe on the HCD this time, opened the market on 24th March. So you have an order from 24th March, and you want to find out where should I send my agronomist to find fruits. You don't have to go in person first. You might go there and find the dry matter is 11. The model is trying to save you the money of transport and cutting fruits and doing the dry matter. So you would go to this option, select the date. Like in this case, we're interested with 24th March. We are interested with us, for example, and for fresh. And you want to check 24, the minimum that the HCD has recommended. The next tabs, we have 3 regions, and this is based on the earlier geographical demarcations, like the Western, Central, and Eastern. We have 3 of them. The white with blue pointers, those are the locator towns. How they chose the locator towns is based on the avocado growing areas. And the yellow spots are the villages. In that white, the locator town, there is a radius of 25 kilometers where you have the villages. So for example, in this page, I'm just going to use one, the central region, Highland. In this page, what you can visualize on this spot, you can change what you want to see, the parameters you want to see. For example, as an exporter, you'd be interested to see the locator towns where you see Subukia, Nakuru, Meru, Chuka. You want to send your agronomists out on 24th of March for us. You want to see the dry matters on different regions. You go to this menu, you click, you go to dry matter to date. Then you can see which area you're supposed to go to. For example, this area, 23, this area, 24 is okay. You avoid going to these areas with 16, 19, and the later. You can also choose to if you want to know in these regions or locator towns, when are the times I should go and harvest? You can click on this date to harvest for fresh, and it gives you the dates. You'll tell your agronomist on 26th March, you should be going to this region. On 22nd April, you should be visiting this region for some fruits. So it gives you an indication. It helps you with planning and saving time and costs. So the same for Western, Central, and Eastern region is the same thing. The next tab, if you want to search the villages, because the regions, it's a broader perspective. It gives you an indication of different locator towns, but you want now to know which village, because this model has every village where avocado is grown. For example, the search sub-region, You want to know in Moranga, for example, which villages, because Steve said, because the altitudes can be different within the 25 kilometers, and therefore the dry matter will be different. So for you to know which specific villages, like in Moranga, if you want to go to Kamahua, if you want to go to Kandara, if you want to go to Irigiro, it depends. So this can guide you. For example, let's do Moranga. So you can type here, Moranga, and it gives you, it prompts you, you can choose that, you press OK, and the output looks like this. You have columns, all the villages that have been entered into the model in Moranga. You have the latitude that would not be of interest. Of interest would be the dry matter now, at that point that you selected in the entry in the startup page. So on 24th March, these are the villages in Moranga that you would go to harvest fruit. For example, this is Fort Hall, Gasharu, Gaitega. So if you have agents in the field and you want to guide them, send a message. These are the villages you should be running to avoid the hassle of going, making calls. You're wasting time and wasting money during the monitoring. So you would give all the villages that are marked green. So if you drop down, you see all the villages here available, and you can see which villages in Moranga are fruits ready for harvest. If it's processed, you'd see the brown shading on the column dry matter now. The date fresh, it will give you the dates when the fruits are ready in this Moranga located town. And these are different dates. You can still use this. And then the dates for process. You can see in Boyo, the date for fresh is 31st. The date for process is 15 June. So if you are an oil exporter, no one should be seeing you in Boyo before 15th June. And this can also help the HCD. Right now, they're doing a lot of monitoring and visiting the pack houses to see if we are harvesting immature fruits. Even I'm an HCD officer, I have my model. I go to the pack house, I see the fruits where they're coming from. I would run directly to the model, see. It gives you the indication if you should be more keen on these fruits or not. So for the sub-region, that's basically what you can do with the sub-region. And one thing, all the data that is displayed in other tabs, it's based on the selections that you made on the startup page. And again, to give you a disclaimer, this data you can use to guide you on the monitoring. We are not saying you should stop doing the dry matter. We're using the microwave or whichever method you're using. It's just a backup or a guide to tell you where to sample the fruits. The next tab is on villages. Villages, you can now search the individual village. For example, if you go to this area, let me try to search Kamahua. It pops up, you select Kamahua. We want to see if the fruits are ready on 24th of March. You press OK. The locator towns, as you can see, it gives you a lot of, the Kamahua falls in 4 locator towns. The reason why, it's a 25 kilometer radius. So one village can fall in different towns. This would be a problem if it was voting, because no one wants to take their votes to the next town. In this case, it gives you where the Kamahua lies. In this case, it has 4 towns, but we are not interested with that. We are interested with the dry matter now. We want to see the dry matter for Kamahua. You can see it's 23. Probably, and also to note, this is a model that is under development, so we've made many changes. In this case, you can see, if you can see 22 here, the HCD changed to 24. So there is you can see a column where you'll see when the dry matter is 24. So in this case, you're having time to harvest fresh, 13th March, 12th March, 11th March. And the differences in the dry matter could be because of the elevation in different areas. In searching of the village, maybe we can search one in Nakuru. We see if the fruits were ready on the 24th March. So you will go here, back to the village, you search Bahati. And here you have Bahati, you select, and then you press OK. Time to harvest. And you can see also it gives you 3 locator towns, meaning the Bahati falls in 3 towns because of the radius. And you can see the dry matter now is 19, 15. And please note this dry matter now, I don't want to have questions like, but we are harvesting from that area and the dry matter is okay. This is because we selected on 24th of March. So at that time, the dry matter on 24th of March for Bahati was around 15 to 19, which is not recommended by the HCD. But on the same column, you're guided on when will it be harvested for the fresh, which is on 16th April, 27th May, and 27th May. If you're an oil presser, you should be seen on those areas in this kind of dates. August 6th and June. That's why it's important to do the monitoring also. The next tab is the exporter's entry, and this is an interesting page. On the exporter entry, suppose your village where you're harvesting your fruits is not in the model. What can you do? We have Android phones that you can go to the farm. It can give you the elevation of that farm, and you have an option. Technology. Here you have an option of entering the elevation. The elevation is what is being used to develop these models. So if you know the elevation of your farm, even if your village is not inserted in this model, you can go here. Suppose my farm is somewhere in Moranga, but the village is not in this area, or there is a new village. People in Narok have started planting avocados, and the villages are not in the model. What can you do? Use an Android phone, get the elevation of the place. And for example, if it's 1450 meters above the sea level, if you press the enter, it will give you for fresh, which is on 27th March, date for process, which is 12th June, and it will give you date when the dry matter is 24, as recommended by the HCD. The second option, it's a quick test. It has all the villages that is in the model, and you can select any village. For example, if we are, let's try Kahewa, and you can see it gives you the, so here you can search for the village using the elevation, or you can search the village if it's already in the model. On the same page, you can also have, normally every exporter has a database of their farmers from different regions. And here you can actually use this as a database for your farmers. For example, we try a farmer called Edna. And you can do the coding. And my farm is in maybe Kamahua, because Kamahua is already in the date for fresh, 13th March. At 30%, that's the for harvest, 30th May. Dry matter when it's 24 altitude, it gives you. So this can be used as a database. You can, if you're an exporter, you have a list, you can see which farmers, if you have contracted farmers, you would see in this list which farmers their fruits have hit 24. And that's what guides you to where you can go and harvest. The last page or tab is on fruit sample. We saw the sampling and how to do the dry matter. This is a page you can keep your data, or you can use for validation of the tool, where you enter what you get from your microwave testing or your Felix meter, whichever way you're doing your microwave or your dry matter test. In this case, if you have, keeps hanging. Before it comes back. So in this page, you have options. If you have a farmer, you are doing a sample for a farm, for example, for Michael Wangeshi, and is coming from maybe the Kamahoa village, and it has variety on 24th March. And you're expecting, this estimated is from the model, but the average is what you're doing at the lab. So if you're having a figure like 23, if you press, yeah, it was, so you can, that you're doing the sample. This is the village name. The village name is what will give you the estimated dry matter at the end. The Hass variety should also be important because it's either Hass or Fuerte. The average dry matter is what it's the results that you're getting at your lab. Case, who are we talking to? For avocado quality, the moment the avocado comes out of the field, everyone is talking to the scientists at KALRO, everyone is talking to the exporter, but the farmer, does the farmer knows what dry matter is? You're telling the farmer they need to have a dry matter of 24. What does 24 means to a farmer? Dry matter, let me put it in a layman's language. It will not be Havogen, it will not be Olivado. It's Kenyan avocados. You have Kenyan avocados, a client goes by, you get home, it's watery. The second, you can give it benefit of doubt, you say the next time, let me try it again. It gets watery. What is the implication of that? People will move to the Peru. They take a Peruvian avocado. They get the eating quality is good. 24% dry matter. It means avocado, if it's 100, it's basically measuring the amount of water that is in the avocado. So there's a formula to derive how much water is in the avocado. So if it's 24, if you say 100 minus 24, you get about 76 water. Some people would bring, that's the challenges we come with if we are using like the common supply chains, we are using brokers. A broker would think this will not impact me. But at the end of it all, he brings avocados with dry matter of 11. Remember, it's supposed to be 24. 10% dry matter, it means that avocado has 90% water content. And that should give you an indication of how the eating quality of the avocado at the end of it all. If it's at 11, it means the husk has not even built the cells. That's the skin. It's not firm enough to even withhold pressure or the dropping. Another reason, at our farms, the harvesters, those are very crucial personnel who determine the quality of the avocados you pick. If you don't train your harvesters, some people use drunk harvesters. In avocado, you have to do selective harvesting. Tell me if a drunk person can see, even as I stand, can see if this avocado is a pale or dark green color. I go to the field to harvest, and I go and monitor the harvesters. You tell an harvester, I need this size. He will go with the sample. 5 minutes later, we are at size 32. So if you're not there to monitor, at the end of it all, if you're a telephone exporter or farmer or a supplier, at the end of it all, you have the wrong fruit. Immature, small sizes for fruits which are supposed to have grown to a bigger size. So those are the major, and again, I have to mention this. If you go to Thika Road, especially when the season is picking up, you'll find out there are pickups, open pickups, carrying avocados for export. Mr. Gary told us how you should vary avocados. All those things across the supply chain add up to the quality. So first, we need to get to the farmer who is producing. Make sure we have good quality avocados. From there, marketing gets easy. Because what are you marketing? Is the fruit okay to be marketed in the European market? So if we treat avocado normally, it will treat us abnormally. Thank you very much.
Very good. Hadn't considered drunk harvesters as an issue. So we're going to move now to the panel, and I'm not sure who's running that. Was it? Do you want to talk?
Thanks, Alan, and thanks for a great session. I'm really looking forward to this panel. And I'd like to invite Rose from Jomo Kenyatta University up to the stage as our moderator for this session. And Rose, I'll allow you to elaborate a little bit more on your background and position while we get the panel set up. And could all the speakers please take to the stage? And also, I'll allow you to introduce Rose. All right, they're fine. Oh, and Sarah. Yeah. There.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Rose Mwangi. I'm a lecturer at JKUAT. That's Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Department of Information Technology. And I'm also a farmer. I'm an avocado farmer based in Kiambu. And I am here because I'm a farmer. Thank you. I want to introduce our panelists for this session. We have Mr. Gary Hanam from Olivado. We have Dr. Alan Wolf from New Zealand Institute. We have Dr. Steve Green, and we have Edna Komen. Edna Komen is a former student of Jomo Kenyatta University. She was our student, and we are happy for the presentation. You made it very, you put it very well. And I'm getting some comments that they have understood the TTH model very well, how to use it. We have Ernest Mudhomi. Ernest Mudhomi is the president for the Avocado Society of Kenya, which is very important for Kenyan farmers. We follow you and on your page and your guidance. And then we have Sarah Ndegwa. Sarah Ndegwa works for HCD. They're the people who regulate horticultural products in Kenya for export. Yeah, thank you. Five minutes. Yeah. Okay. So for this session, I think we will address the presentations that have been made on the dry matter content, reputation of Kenyan's avocado, and the TTH. So probably we can start with the reputation. Any questions from the audience? Yes. Where is our? We can start with him, one here. Oh, okay, that's okay. We can start with you.
Thank you. I have enjoyed the presentation. My name is Dr. Apollo Kamau. I'm Chief Officer Murang'a, Chief Officer Agriculture in the Murang'a County Government. Mine goes to the reputation and mostly to Horticulture Development Authority. And now that our avocados are going out and all the people have made allusion of how the pickups carries the avocado, and it's a long way, but they go to the airport. They are received by the Horticulture Development Authority. My question is whether you have capacity to enforce, and as a county government, because we are a major player in Murang'a County, we are willing. You cede some of authority, because I doubt whether you have authority to enforce on the ground, whether we can correct monies on your behalf so that we enforce. Thank you very much.
Okay, next question. Sarah, that is you.
Thank you. Well, good morning. My name is Michael Karaoke, and as I stand here, I am a very worried farmer. Very worried and a very disappointed farmer because of what we have heard from these people who are here. And a very big challenge. Bwana Mudhomi and Madam Sarah. Why I'm worried is because what the information that we have been given here is not information that we have as farmers. What we have heard about when to harvest, how to transport, we are wondering. And it's good that my chief officer from Murang'a is here because I farm in Murang'a and Nakuru. But the word is, my questions are we, is this information really with the government? Because it means if this is enforced, if you are enforcing this, we will not be having problems. Like now we have problems in harvesting. I even understand that I don't even need to send somebody. We spend so much money as farmers, calling people to come and tell us whether we are ready, When we have a very young lady here who is telling us that I don't need to go anywhere, I just wanted to press a button to know where I'm harvesting. What is the government doing to help these farmers? Because these farmers are, me included, are illiterate when it comes to such things. Is it true? So what we need is the government, and Mudhomi, we are meeting you next week. Itakuwa moto. Because we need to have our avocados going up, going there in the market, in the European market, in the UAEs, in China. We need them to go there and fetch good prices so that the farmer can benefit from his sweat. So my challenge is to you. And from now, Mudhomi, my simu yangu sitakuacha, because that is now what I'm doing. I have over 400 acres under these avocados. Yes. But what we are worried because, and I want to thank OLIVADO for opening our eyes and for opening us. We want to thank the New Zealand government for coming in when we are failing ourselves here in this country, when we are failing our farmers. I think I'm worried and disappointed, but from now, I think my worries will end.
Thank you. I think we have the panel respond to those two questions first, and for Ernest and for Sarah, and a bit to Edna. But before we can start with Sarah, then we come to Ernest.
Okay, thank you very much. Avocado industry has become a very huge industry with a very complicated mechanism. Sometimes we even think that it's becoming like cartels because we have the regulations. I'm going to talk from the point of view of regulator as well as a farmer. We have regulations, horticultural regulations 2020. And for the last 3 years, since the regulations became law, we have been sensitizing the public on the same. And before the regulations became law, there was public participation. And I always hear people telling me that they have never heard or they've never been involved. And in Kenya, ignorance is no defense. So if you've never heard about the regulations, horticultural regulations 2020, if you're ignorant about them, then you stand accused. 2, you in those this year I've been very actively involved in the sensitization, and my brother here can attest to it that we have had like 600 suppliers of avocados in protest, almost stoning me when I tell them now we have to change and things cannot be the same. We have had 2 days of very about the change we need to put in place because of the reputation. And you cannot believe it. They were asking for 2 years grace period so that they can introduce the changes of carrying they can change their Pro Box to canters, they can change their gunias and candy bags to crates. This is a hustler government, as we say, and we do not want to hustle the hustlers, but law is law. So where I work, you cannot bring, I have an exporter and they're present here, please raise your hand. And if I'm lying, they can say to you, the exporter in my place. No, where there's an exporter who is based there, and I think they are present here. In that place, you cannot come with carrying the avocados the way you want. You have to follow law. And I believe a journey of 1,000 miles starts with 1 step. So whoever has heard the message today will implement. And I believe before we go further, we will have reached everyone. As for the county governments, we are very pleased and we are realize this is it's not a one-man show. We have incorporated the county governments, we have incorporated including the police, the county commanders. We have sensitized them about the regulations and they are willing to assist. The government has put on hold employment, but we are in need of enforcement officers. Personally, I'm a technical person. I'm a scientist. I'm not an enforcement officer. And we have for you to be an enforcement officer, you have to be gazetted so that you can work hand in hand with the traffic police so that you can flag down a vehicle. We have also made it a requirement for the exporters and suppliers to be registered so that we can reach more people. So that now becomes, we are promoting what we call self-regulation so that everyone is able to get information when you belong to a group, and the associations are the ones now who are responsible to help or to assist their members to self-regulate, so that in case they do not do the right thing, then we can apply sanctions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. So I want to give assurance to my member here and all farmers that previously in the former regime, I think most of you have seen us make a lot of noise about these things because the law is very, very clear on how avocados need to be transported, on how avocados needs to be harvested, and the dry matter and all that. It is in paper, but then we lacked someone who can really implement that. But I want to thank the current government, especially the current PS KALRO Asama. We've had change of guard at ACD because simply we needed someone to say, if you are carrying avocados on a pickup, I withdraw your license. That's what we needed. But because some people would work with money, there was nothing which was happening. The dry matter is very clear. People would walk in January and December and obtain special clearance permits to export avocados. That was the reality. So now we have a change of guard, and for us, we are going to make the noise, and government has to do their work. They have to inspect. They have to make sure that whoever is buying avocados is not Tom, Dick, and Harry. There's a traceability system. So what we actually lacked was leadership. And we hope that we have new leadership coming to ACD. We hope they are going to implement the regulations as stipulated, because the law is very clear. I mean, why do you negotiate with people when the law is very clear, when it was passed in parliament? So even if it's an Hasla government, they will probably need to go to parliament and petition MPs to change the laws. So what we really lacked was effective leadership. And we hope the effective leadership that has come at ACD now is going to be there. It's going to be practical. It's going to help us. We are looking at this together. I mean, because we all eat avocados. These brokers will come and tell farmers, you know, avocados that are going to Europe, they will be in the sea for a long time. So that is why we need to harvest them when they are young, when they are immature. Those are all lies. They will say the avocados that are harvested from Kenya, they are used for other things. That's another big lie that's being peddled around. When we know the reason why avocado is being harvested is taking advantage of the laws of supply and demand. And someone mentioned there is a temptation for everyone to sell avocados when there is no supply. So Kenya, we get greedy. Simply, we have some people who are greedy within us, and they use our government agencies, they issue them with clearances, and they export the rubber balls. Simply, that is what has been happening. That is the plain truth. because the custodian of inspecting the fruits, whether they are mature and whether they are true to type, lies with our government agency, which is called ACD. The other prerogative of checking whether we have the dudus lies with KEFIS. But for maturity, the ball stops with ACD. So we are asking ACD officers and everyone will not get tired. The president is an avocado grower and is very concerned about this. We get calls from State House about whether we are doing this. I actually got a call from PS this morning. He's going to open our conference next week, which we're having and which we are inviting all of you. But we must really stand for Kenya because we are losing more than 16 extra billion because of exporting rubber balls, exporting immature avocados, and reaching few individuals at the expense of the whole country. So this is not going to happen anymore. I want to give you assurance that with a good reputation in the market with Peruvians, transport system, with a good logistics, our fruit is actually one of the best tasting fruits. So we need to give our people a good avocado eating experience. So farmers here, when we talk about these things and when some of these brokers come and approach you, the society is there to link you to the people who are doing the right things. We are just a call away. You can look for us on the social media. We're always there. But we have people with good reputation who are our members. Some of the people who do these bad things are not our members. We don't give them membership. That is how it is. They run away to other associations. We don't accept their membership as a society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, maybe I can, to your question, Muthomi has given you an assurance. In my case, I'll give you a challenge. And it's the same questions we get from farmers when you go to the field. You give them information and they're like, we have no idea of all this. And someone has a lot of avocados. Then you ask your question. Before you planted avocados, what was your plan? Farming is an agribusiness, and you should farm from the market. You should know, where does this avocados go? What are the challenges? What are the prices? What are the dynamics that drive the prices? Our farmers love copy pasting. You see, your neighbor got $1 million last season for planting avocados, and all of us are going to Olivado to buy seedlings. You just go straight to the nursery. You don't bother seeing agronomists there. Ask how they are grown, the business part of it. Talk to them if they can be in a contract with you. So at the end of it all, when the avocados are ready, now we are all stuck with a ton of avocados. That's where the brokers come in. They exploit you. It should be, if you're having brokers coming to you, should be a smart farmer. You should question yourself, where are these brokers taking these avocados? Sometimes the pack houses are few kilometers from our farms, but a farmer is very comfortable earning that 5 shillings per fruit. And the bigger part of it is handled by the suppliers or the brokers. You are the one who is supposed to buy fertilizer at the end of it all. If you got 5 shillings, the broker has 15 or 20 shillings. Who is smart between you and the broker? So before we blame the society, the regulators, we should also give ourselves a challenge. Are we doing things right? Do we know where these avocados are going? Do we even know who is buying these avocados? I think if we can approach it in that way as an agribusiness, you want to make profit from your avocados. You're not just planting because everyone is planting. If we can approach agriculture in that perspective, then at the end of it all, the return will be good as farmers.
Thank you, Edna. Maybe later we will ask if this TTH model tool can actually be used to regulate harvesting, so that we don't have a scenario where village A at dry matter of 17% and village see at dry matter of 24%, they are all harvesting at the same time. I think that.
Yeah, maybe to mention on that, the tool is used by anyone. Sarah can use it. I can use it as exporter. You can use it as a farmer. I'll give you an example. If I'm a farmer and I have the tool, I know my fruits will be ready by 26th June. The broker comes. I want to buy fruits. They come with bundles of money. And because our farmers need liquid cash fast, they end up giving up. But if you have the model and you know your fruits will be ready by 26th of June, the broker is 1st of May, you should be able to question them. My fruits are not ready.
Yeah, I think the problem is more to do with us, not to do with we also know we are selling, they call it Safaricom green. They call it Safaricom green. We are selling Safaricom green fruits, which of course are immature, and we know that. So I think what we need is more input from HCD and us, so that we are able to use that. Yes.
To add, it's actually irresponsible of the players to harvest immature and expect the government to do the inspection.
Thank you, Sarah. Can we have more questions? Oh, yes.
Right.
Oh, Gary.
Yeah. It is true that farmers sell to brokers. But as I said a little earlier, a farmer under the HCD regulations must have a contract with the person who is buying their fruit at your farm. Those scales have to be actually monitored by KEBS, I think, is that right? And under the law, the fruit that is collected must be paid for by the kilogram and not per piece. And then what is happening is that the exporters, some exporters, pay the farmer for the packed fruit, the carton of fruit that they pack, and then they reject 20 or 30% of it. Isn't that the case? Exactly. That is against the law. I see it as quite simple, really. How many pack houses are there? Are there 10, 12?
More than 20.
More than 20 pack houses. But if you take the pack houses that are owned by the people who own farms like Kakuzi, you'll come down to probably 5 or 6, right? Who pack most of the fruit from small farmers. These pack houses know what the regulations are. It's not a big thing to monitor these pack houses and the exporters who use them. When a truck that's uncovered turns up at a pack house, it should be turned away. Some of these pack houses are in EPZ zones. We have been speaking with the head of EPZA for the last year, that basically when a truck comes into an EPZ, there's a guard at the gate, there's an askari there who's going to let it in or not let it in. We've requested that the EPZ understand what the regulations are, and that truck should be impounded because it is conducting an illegal activity. So to stop this illegal activity, I don't think is difficult. It's actually very simple. But in terms of asking what we've been doing about it, we approached Mr. Tito, who was head of the HCD then, and the head of APA, in 2020 when the stealing started, and recommended these very simple sort of ways of stopping the stealing immediately. And I have to say that the Maranga County government was going to introduce a law which mirrored the regulations of HCD, because county governments must be active in this. The first year, it wasn't passed because some politicians did not want to protect the interests of you farmers who are the people who vote for it. They have passed it now. And Ahumāra County, congratulations, because you're the first county in this country to actually pass these regulations. So change is happening. But I'd say to my HTD colleagues, let's work out a very simple, straightforward way where exporters take the responsibility, because we're the ones who are buying the fruit from the farmers, right? An exporter who exports the fruit and their container has 30 or 40% reject is going to make no money. So who really understands the market on one side and the farmer on the other? It's the exporter. The exporter should be the person or should be the entity that's interested in actually making a quality avocado from the farmers, right? Yeah. And the farmer needs to participate by not selling to a broker. They could sell to a broker if they got a contract with the broker, but not otherwise. So for 3 years, we've been talking about simple solutions actually based on the science that you've been hearing about. But it takes all of us, as I said, all of us in this value chain to make our voices heard. Thank you.
Yeah, we can take more questions.
The panelists and now. Good afternoon, panelists, Madam there, and the audience. I'm Rosemary Moita, an aggregator, and I deal with avocado farmers, totaling to a number of 1,200 farmers in Kirinyaga, Nyeri, and part of Murang'a and Kiambu. And my concern is we have learned a lot as aggregators, as exporters, and even as the government also. We have learned a lot. We have a lot of information about the avocado growing quality. But this information, it does not reach the farmer. And the farmer is the most important person if this whole value chain is going to succeed. Yesterday, I didn't manage to attend this meeting because I had gone to see part of my farmers in Kirinyaga. And I go an extra mile by all the information I get in all the trainings I've gone. And I've really trained for about 6 years about avocado. I am able to train my farmers. And I'm happy that now I've gotten from Edina that there is a calculator that we can use to time when my farmers should harvest. And if we are going to succeed as farmers to take quality avocados in the international market and also locally, we have to team up the government, PCPB, exporters, and we have to make sure that we work together to achieve that goal of quality, where we will be able to compete with Peru and the other parts of the world that are growing quality avocados. How will this happen? We must take and exporters like Olivado. I know you very well. Have been doing a lot of research. I know you have about 8,000 to 10,000 farmers, small-scale farmers. And that is what I'm trying to do, so that we don't just have one show, yeah? But as a country, can we team up even with you, Olivado? Can we team up with our government agencies, with the universities? I've already teamed up with the JQuat. And I want us to take quality avocados to the international market and also to take quality avocado oils to the factories. Thank you.
And respond to that, then we can this is for us, actually.
Yeah, what are the question, please, if I may ask?
Well, what
Yes.
That is something that can be reinforced by
Yes.
what she needs. Maybe I can make up. What she was suggesting is that she needs all this information
Yes.
that we have been getting from here. It is new and most farmers do not know how to use it. And Edna, she would like the TTH model so that she can be able to use it with her farmers. She has about 1,000 and something farmers. She would want to use the TTH model so that she can be able to advise her farmers correctly on when to harvest.
Okay. Yes.
HCD.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that. The other assurance I want to give everyone here is that we have agreed with ACD, with KEFIS, with everybody, with exporters, that we are either sinking together or we are either rising together. And we have agreed to rise together. So you are going to see a new image of Kenya avocados. We are working together. And thanks to our development partner, called ACD, they have actually helped us develop a manual, which we should be able to share. I think on WhatsApp is a good practice guide. Dr. Lusike, I saw, not Lusike, Dr. Mary Lucy, yeah, was around. We've developed a manual that is going to guide. The society is going to do an undertaking that we're going to make smaller versions of that manual so that we can give out to farmers. But I want to assure you, and with the support and the voice we are getting from, especially this project, from USAID as well, is really supporting the society and supporting our exporters and everyone, especially on all these good practices. So I want to tell you that there is a new hope, that we are working together with ACD and with KEFIS and KALRO. I think KALRO, we also want to ask that now that I'm in KALRO, we need to rework that gene bank. I made a request last year that our gene bank at KALRO need to really look like a real gene bank, because we want to put all these varieties of avocados that we have here for future generations, because you never know. It's not going to be about us all the time. Probably something better can come from Kenya, because we've a lot of genotypes of avocados around here. So we want to put a real gene bank that is working. Our scientists, we want to call upon them to also join the society to now start researching and doing some work on avocados, because we really have to work We have to really connect the challenges we have with our academia. And again, I said, as a society, we really want to bring this information to people. We usually have a monthly Farmers' Day to most of the growing counties. Next week, we are going to have the world here in Nairobi at Sarit Center. We are going to have experts, people doing processing, people giving talks about their experiences with the Kenyan avocados, including buyers. They are coming to actually meet the Kenyan farmers and to visit the Kenyan orchards. So we, as a society, we really being proactive to make sure that Kenya is a preferred country with quality and of course, business and money for our farmers. So that is what I can say. And we welcome all the partnerships. We've begun the journey. We know there is a lot that needs to be done. Even for rootstocks, I'm happy to tell you that Kenya, for the first time, outside South Africa, we are doing clonal rootstocks. I don't know whether someone has mentioned about that, but we are going to mention that at the conference and you're going to see it. Yeah, it's being done outside South Africa. So we are moving away from using the seeds to clones. That's a big clap for Kenya, right? So we are really advancing. We are really showing the way forward. And I think with the new vibe and the new union that we want to have, we are going to be a great country and a great avocado growing country.
Maybe before we get a question, there's an issue that is a thorn in most farmers, the issue of pricing. Pricing. Mr. Gary,
yes.
How do you set your prices? And ASOC, how do you make sure that farmers are not exploited by the exporters?
Pricing. You heard from my talk earlier that basically pricing begins in the markets we're going to. And that one of the values of the time to harvest model, for example, in looking at Western Kenya, where we're looking at another 5,000 farmers, is that we're actually selecting farmers who are in areas who will produce avocados early, January, February, March. Because what is happening is that with the increased production, particularly in Peru, the main market for avocados from Kenya, which is end of May, June, July, and August, the prices will be 50% less than what they've been in the past. So, as Kenyan exporters, we have to meet the prices that are offered in the markets. And so you can request that exporters become more efficient. And exporters can request that farmers become more efficient in growing the avocados. You talk about people working together. We've had independent studies done of the Olivado system of working with farmers continuously throughout the year. And somebody who's been in our program for 2 years increases their productivity 50% of high quality avocados for export. So this helps actually increase the yield from the trees. So it means that the farmer can get a better return at a lower price. But farmers cannot get together and decide we want a higher price if the market cannot pay it. So I think the theme is we all have to work together to achieve this. And just so you know, that in Peru, the FOB price per kilo of avocado is $150 US. And then it has to be transported to Europe. And so that means that the farmers in Peru are producing avocados at a very low price compared to what has traditionally been the case in Kenya. Like in the last few seasons, there have been 100 shillings a kilo paid at the farm gate, correct? Well, 100 shillings a kilo back then was basically the price that the Peruvian farmers were getting for their fruit. So it just shows that we do need to work together to find a way of becoming good quality economic exporters. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, yes, it does. We needed to understand the different prices given by different exporting companies. This week, some are buying at 92 shillings, some are buying at 65 shillings, some are buying at...
Fine. Okay, I can answer that one. And they'll say, oh, we'll offer you 80 shillings or 90 shillings a kilo. Then they take the fruit to their pack house, pack it in 4 kg boxes and say, oh, we're only going to pay you for 50% of the fruit that you've got, that you supplied us. So basically, the price isn't 80 shillings a kilo, it's actually 40. It makes it very difficult for us who actually follow the laws and the regulations, because our guys are going along and saying, well, our price is 60 shillings, pay more. But the other thing is that we have a whole system. And I explained that our farm field system costs us 40 million shillings a year. And that has to be a value to a farmer as well. So it's really understanding what is being supplied to you as a farmer. Because the broker who comes along and buys illegally from you has no costs. These other exporters who don't show you how to grow a quality avocado have very low costs. But if you want to work, as you said, work together, work with Olivado or work with another exporter, that exporter needs to work all through the value chain with the farmer to achieve that quality. And that comes at a cost. And I think that's the main reason why there's such a variety of prices, because it's not looking at apples and oranges. Well, it's looking at apples and oranges and not all apples.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you to people like Olivado and others who really invest in our farms. And some people take advantage, they just sit in Nairobi, play golf. When the season for avocado comes, they give some guys some money and tell them you can go and exploit farmers as much as you can. So, well, we as the society have come along trying to link farmers with the real buyers. Some of them live in, they're in darkness. I mean, they don't know even how the prices are. But this year we decided to open the bill, fungua server. So every week we are posting the prices. We have a gentleman in my office who calls every exporter and asking them, how much are you buying the prices at? And we post it. So that's one way of trying to tell the farmer. And if a farmer takes responsibility and calls and say, who is offering that price? We'll tell them, go to so-and-so. Because we, of course, know that the farmer, we also want the farmer to really enjoy the prices. Because there are sometimes when probably Olivado is buying fruits at 100 shillings, and there is per kilo, and there is a broker who is enticing a farmer with 40 shillings. So if we open this information to the farmer and they call us, we tell them go to Olivado and get 100. At the same time, with people like Olivado who really will go to the farm and harvest the fruit, not the other way around, and they will pay you on the fruits that they have harvested. Yeah, so you will also have to, just like Edna said, this is a business. You're not doing it for fun. You must be willing to invest, attend conferences like this one, spend your money. We ourselves, all over the world, trying to check what is happening in South Africa, in Peru, in Chile, and trying to compare. So it's really calling all of us that it's a new era. This is a crop that has a future for this country. We need to invest, our academia, our government. We are bringing about 15 billion shillings. It's not little money. And to the government, we're paying cess. So we need to be proactive, and there is potential to actually grow this and get more money, because even as we say we are growing, we are only scratching the surface. We are doing 2%. And the other assurance I want to give you, because I sit in the World Avocado Board, we are strategizing how to be able to increase the consumption of avocados in Europe. You want someone mentioned about 1.6 per capita consumption. We see potential for that growing. Thanks to our government, now we are getting into China. We need to get to China the right way, with the right fruit, with the right quality, and of course do marketing. In US, where you see the per capita consumption is about 3.6, the Peruvians and the Chileans that are there have formed a board, which is called the House Avocado Board, which does a lot of marketing campaigns and marketing research. So we also want to get together as a country and as an origin. That is why we have an event next week calling itself Avocado Africa, because we want to see how, as Africans, we can actually position ourselves as a market, as an origin. So we're having South Africans, we're having Tanzanians and Ugandans coming, and Rwandese people coming, so that all of us as an origin, as an Africa, as an origin, we can say, how do we go? How do we get treated in the markets as an African fruit? So basically, let's work together. The challenges we have are really very minimal. Just like as Gary said, they just require someone who will say, we just require Michuki, who will say, please let us put the safety belts. That's what we need. And I think we've already arrived. We have a Michuki who is saying, let us put the safety belt. So guys, we're good to go. Whoever doesn't want to put the safety belt on their vehicle, I'm sorry, it's not going to be on the road anymore. Yes, that is it.
The farmer depends on the crop they have. And like I remember last week, I was telling my farmers, just hold on a bit for the price to go high a bit, so that you can put some good money in your pocket. And some of them were telling me because I have a problem of school fees, I want to sell mine to these who are coming, you know, and they are asking for 60 shillings per kg. And one of them told me, no, you are selling, so that farmer is selling 60. Me, I got somebody, an exporter, organized like OLIVADO. They went to that one farmer who has 10 acres, and they decided they are going to buy at 100 per kg. So my worry is, or my question is, why are some organized exporters like OLIVADO? There are many others. Of course, they are all competitors. They are competing with OLIVADO and the others. Why are some able to buy? They are organized. They also have some trained farmers, or they have even contracted farmers, but they are still coming to look from small scale farmers, because they cannot meet maybe their orders. Why are they able to sell more and others are not able to buy at that price? Why? These are all of them now. Maybe OLIVADO and you can answer.
I think I answered it.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, we're done.
when you come in with it, you are coming up with a TTH model. Did you factor in climate change? Is it subject to review every year? Then secondly, is it open to public domain? How do I get it? Is it in form of an application, website? How do I get it? Then, if it is going to be open for public domain, I would request for a launch. You know, my people send me to the lake to come to go cast out my net and come out not with fish, but knowledge and information. So as I go back, I would request, if you're going to do a launch kindly, I invite you to Kirinyaga County, where I normally do capacity building in my farm, so that you can come. And because I have a large contact with farmers from my county, I think it is only noble that I spearhead in my county. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, what you saw presented today was based on some climate data from 2 or 3 years ago, right? But what you saw presented the day before is up-to-date climate data that includes the current temperatures from the current growing season. We had a discussion when we were developing the tool, and within the budget of the project, there was no capacity for extension to the year and the year and the year. But there is the possibility to make that flexibility in a tool that is future-proofed. But to do that, all you need to do is load in the current data sets for the climate. So each year, if the climate changes, you could represent that in a change of the harvest window, right? But that's something that we need to discuss on how to facilitate that in the tool. The basic premise of the tool will not change. The fruit develop according to the amount of temperature or the amount of heat that is accumulated over the season for that particular variety. And in this case, we have data for 2 varieties, the Haas and the Fuerte. What does change from year to year is the climate. Yes, we agree with that. So we need to discuss how we can future-proof the tool. So that's a very, very good question. Thank you.
Thank you. For those with questions, you can note them down with your phone number and they will be answered. Yeah, those ones who are not able to ask any questions or had pressing questions. Yeah, otherwise, this session is closed.
Okay. Also, we have been training this tool to agronomists, and I am proud to say that Edna happened to be a champion in my class, and clap for her, please. So it is available, and we've been training, and we are looking for more champions. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. And I would just add to that, as this project is ending, and we do have, as you've seen over the last 2 days, some great resources for you all to utilize. And that's the aim of it, for these to be publicly available and to utilize, to share that knowledge and hopefully uptake. So we are in discussions of where we would hold this as a public repository for all of so a public place where you can access all of our resources from this project. But so stay tuned for that one. And as Sarah said, you can get the time to harvest model from HCD, from other people in the industry that have it. So it is available, but we are looking at a public place in the future, and we are in further discussions about where that will be, but somewhere Kenyan-based, so you can access all this knowledge. So thank you everyone for a great session. I'm not cutting it short, it actually went over time, but I know you could talk for hours on all of these issues surrounding fruit quality and the issues in the industry at the moment. So appreciate your patience that you haven't all been able to ask your questions and have a voice, but please enjoy your lunch and come back after lunch, because you do get a chance for a voice in our session after lunch. It will be group sessions where in small groups you get to discuss the technical and regulatory priorities for your avocado industry in Kenya. So and for those of you visiting from Uganda, etc., you can base it towards where you are based. We will be doing small groups and looking at prioritizing those issues. So there is your chance. So please come back after lunch. We break now and we will start at 2 sharp. So thank you. And we'll finish early today so you can all get on your way. So don't worry, it won't be a 5 o'clock finish. Thank you.
Ta, 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 ta. No, 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 no. Ta, ta, ta.
To be like that.
No.
Look.
I wonder what I can.
Hello, this is Aishamba. How can I help you?
My name is George. George Kangete. I had an issue with my avocados and I thought we could be of help.
Sorry to hear that. What are some of the signs?
My plant has got these symptoms. The leaves are falling off. They start by changing their color from green to yellow and then they fall off. And then the stem themselves, they start drying off just from the tip of the head going downwards.
It sounds like your trees have Phytophthora, commonly known as root rot disease.
What?
Phytophthora. It's a in Kenya.
Meet Kangede, a 29-year-old farmer in Makuyu, Murang'a County.
Before I started farming on my own, I've been mostly employed on other farms. Through being employed, I felt like farming is giving. I thought of working for myself and also employ other people to work for me.
He has leased this little shamba where he grows cabbages, tomatoes, skuma, spinach, maize, and avocados. He has started small, but has big plans.
In 5 years, I just don't want to be where I am right now today. I want to be in a place whereby I've increased my production. And instead of just planting avocado in such a simple area, I enlarge my farm. I want to make more.
His beloved avocado trees seem to be suffering from a disease. You know, we've been sneaking around Aishamba trying to find out what problems farmers are facing.
Oh, yes. And you've heard from one farmer that is having a huge challenge with his avocados, and he wants to go very big with them.
So we dug and found out that the problem they are facing is very common in Kenya.
Ah, yes. It's a disease called
Phytophthora. Phytophthora.
Let's call it root rot.
Okay. And so we invited Dr. Ruth from KALRO to come and tell us more about the disease.
Ah, here she is. Doc.
Kangebe is also here, right? How are you?
Hello.
So straight to it, Kangebe.
Yes.
What is ailing your avocados?
I've got this issue right now with my avocados drying up. It has made me feel like to quit this thing because actually after uprooting, I found the root were kind of rotting.
Isn't that the root rot, doctor?
That is most likely Phytophthora root rot.
Caro,
yes.
Shall we go have a look at the avocado trees?
Oh, yeah, that would be fine. But wait a minute. I think I know someone who knows everything about avocados. Let me go get her and see what she can also help us understand.
Excellent idea. All right. See you later, Caro. Okay, let's go have a look at the trees. This orchard has over 200 avocado trees, with the better half dying. Even though Kangede irrigates his shamba, there are few avocados to spot on his trees. What has been going on?
What is this?
Yes.
What kind of a disease is this?
This problem you are having here is caused by a pathogen called Phytophthora.
A pathogen is?
What causes the disease is what we call a pathogen.
How does it damage? Now, George,
Yes.
when you saw that in your avocados, what did you do?
At first, I thought maybe I'm not doing the irrigation the right way.
So you added more water.
I added more water.
Yes.
Sometimes I did the mulching, just trying to help the tree maybe survive, but it didn't work. When can I know that my plants are now affected with this disease?
It is important that you scout through your farm and check the individual trees. Once you see the twig die back, you see the yellowing, reduced leaves, that tells you there is a problem.
At what age will I know the plant is affected?
If you brought in seedlings from a source that is not reliable, seedlings are already infected. You could see this problem from as early as 1 year. It all depends on the rate at which the roots are rotting.
Does that make sense? Let's break it down for you. The Phytophthora disease lives in the soil. It starts eating the small roots. At this point, the tree still looks healthy, but slowly the old leaves starts to wilt, and over time turns light green. As the roots stop working, the tree drops its leaves, followed by the branches dying back. Eventually, the whole tree is dead. The avocado fruits might look okay at first, but as the tree dies back, your harvest will go down and the quality will get worse until you stop getting fruit altogether. So it sounds so dangerous. How bad is it here in Kenya?
The problem is really bad. It is widespread in all areas where avocado is grown, not just in Kenya, but worldwide. A farmer can actually lose the entire orchard if measures are not put in place in good time.
How is this disease spread?
This disease can be spread through infected planting materials. Secondly, it can also be spread through irrigation water, even through surface water. When there is rain, the soil that has the Phytophthora onto a plant that was disease-free, then it can spread from one tree to another. It can also be spread through tools that you use. If you use tools on one plant that is affected and go and use the same tool on a plant that is clean, it will get affected.
To prevent the disease from spreading, disinfect your tools as you move from one tree to the next, as wherever the soil is moved, the disease can be moved with it.
Now my plant is already affected. How can I control the plant?
You need to scout through your farm so that you are able to detect the problem early. Timely management is very important before the disease spreads to so many trees in your orchard. Once you see the very initial symptoms, one of these options is to enhance the drainage of your trees. Make sure that the water seeps through and does not stand around the root region. The second thing you can be able to do is to use a lot of manure, which increases some nutrients like calcium and magnesium. It makes it unfavorable for the Phytophthora.
But farmers, remember that these will only slow down the disease. The best way to avoid this deadly disease is by getting Phytophthora-free seedlings. As Ruth went on to explain, if the tree is dead, it's best to uproot and burn it. Then find a part of your shamba away from here to plant disease-free seedlings. Okay. So Ruth, what would you advise farmers to do?
So your farm could be clean. But depending on where you go to get your planting material, you could actually bring in materials that are affected with Phytophthora to your clean farm.
So a farmer can bring the disease from the nursery to the shamba.
Yes. So first and foremost, the farmer has to make sure that they get their seedlings from nurseries that observe high health standards.
Yes.
The ones that ensure that the materials they are using are disease-free, are pathogen-free.
So, Ruth, how can we find out more about nurseries?
Kangede, I've called somebody from HCD, and she deals a lot with nurseries, and she will be able to give you that information.
Sure.
All right, let's go. Let's go. All right, thank you so much, Ruth.
KALRO, we've covered several topics today, but how can our farmers get more information?
Simple. iShamba.
What is iShamba?
iShamba is Shamba Shepherd's call center, where a farmer calls and finds experts who are going to help them understand everything agriculture.
Exactly. How can they join?
Simple.
Call 0711 082 606.
It's best to get seedlings free from Phytophthora. The Horticultural Crops Directorate, HCD, regulate fruit tree nurseries in Kenya. Sarah Ndegwa is a horticultural officer from HCD and is here to tell us more.
We have a mandate to regulate nurseries. So we inspect fruit tree nurseries and we assist to bring up to the right standard, clean seedlings.
So Sarah, what do you look out for when you visit a nursery?
I look at the siting of the nursery. Is it far from the older crop because of disease transmission from the older trees? The security, there's a regulated way of coming in so that you can even have a foot bath so that you can disinfect so that the seedlings remain healthy. One of the things that I look for is where you do your preparation for the mixture. It's called the potting mixture. This is the mixtures that you put in the paper.
It is important that the nurseries steam the potting mix at 70 degrees Celsius for 20 to 30 minutes in order to kill disease in the soil. Farmers, check that the nursery that you are buying your seedlings from has this method in place.
Existing nursery health standards in Kenya generally do cover key elements of a high health nursery, but are not specific to types of diseases.
Going forward, we hope this will be put in place. This will help nursery operators show they are certified to sell Phytophthora-free seedlings and can therefore sell their good quality Phytophthora-free seedlings at a better price. Get in touch with iShamba for advice on where you can get Phytophthora-free nursery at the moment. George,
Yes.
now you know what to check out for.
Yeah, thank you for the help.
All right, thank you so much, Sarah. Today, we are learning all about a deadly avocado disease.
And how you can stop it from getting onto your farm.
Is it just me, or is it really hard to say the name of this disease?
Phytophthora. Phytophthora.
It's not just me.
Oh, dear Tony, Phytophthora. You'll get there. Do you remember our good friend Bridget, the expert on everything avocado, planting, pruning, harvesting? Well, looks like she's also a fundi on managing a Phytophthora-free nursery. And we are so lucky that she's got a video on how to do exactly that. Let me send the video to Tony.
I wonder where KALRO is. Hey, George.
Hey.
I've got a message from KALRO. She's on her way back. And meanwhile, she has said she sent us a video which will show us how to make a nursery.
How to construct a low-cost Phytophthora-free nursery. The finished nursery is made up of two parts. We have the soil shade, where the potting mix is prepared and treated to make sure it's disease-free. And we have the plant nursery. This is where the potting happens and the seedlings are raised, grafted, and grown for sale. It all starts with the construction of the nursery. For the plant nursery, dig and level the ground where you'll set up the nursery. Next, create a rock base at least 1 foot off the ground and fill it up with gravel. This will make sure that the nursery is not diseased with soil from underneath. Finally, create a metal frame and fix a shade cloth across it to keep the seedlings protected from harsh weather. The shade cloth must come right down to the ground to stop people and animals from entering.
Now, construct a simple soil shed that's connected to the nursery. This will include an area for putting together the potting mix made up of soil, sand, and manure. You also need to set up a method for steaming the potting mix to get rid of the disease that lives in the soil. This can be a proper boiler or a simple 2-drum steamer like this one. Make sure the finished nursery has one entrance at the soil shed and one exit at the bottom of the nursery where the plants are taken out. As we saw, the red zone here is where untreated soil comes in and then steamed to kill diseases in the soil. You then pass through a footbath and enter the green zone. Only steamed soil is allowed into the green zone, and only trained staff can enter here. This ensures that all materials taken into the green zone are disease-free.
The avocado seedlings ready to be sold are then taken out at the end of the green zone. It's a good idea to plant fast-growing grasses, such as napier, along the outside of the nursery, so that soil from outside doesn't splash into the nursery as it will carry diseases.
What do you think of that?
That's good.
Yes.
Sure. And how do we kill the disease?
I think it's time for another video.
Operation of a Phytophthora-free nursery. It's really important to manage your nursery well so that seedlings are sure to be Phytophthora-free. There are 5 key steps to this. Number 1, steaming the potting mix.
This is a boiler. You can use charcoal, you can use firewood so that one gets the steam, which goes to pasteurize the soil.
Your potting mix needs to be steamed at least 70 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes in order to kill the Phytophthora in the soil. The cheapest method is to use a simple drum steamer like this, made out of 2 old 44-gallon steel drums. Here, we have 2 sets. But be careful, as the steel can be quite thin and will need to be replaced once a year. The safer option is to install a well-constructed boiler with a pressure gauge and a safety valve like this one.
Number 2, potting and planting. A good system is to ensure that the soil steamed in the red zone can be taken out in the green zone through a separate opening like this. You can now use this treated soil to fill up the potting bags and plant the seeds. These will grow into what we call a root stock. Here we have used the Puebla variety. As your plants germinate, sort them so that you can graft plants of similar sizes at the same time.
Number 3, grafting and after grafting care. Now, here is how to graft. Tape an implant from a mature, healthy avocado tree onto a rootstock, like this. The implant is also called scion. The new plant will be the same as the mother tree, which the scion came from. A popular export variety in Kenya is the Hass variety. Given good management, these grafted plants will start giving you fruit 2 years from planting, unlike when you plant when you don't graft, which takes about 7 years. Make sure to remove the grafting tapes after 4 to 6 weeks to stop plants from being strangled. Trim off any side shoots to keep a single stem and water carefully to prevent the seedling dying from too little water or becoming waterlogged from too much. Check your plants for pests and diseases daily.
Number 4, dispatch your plants. The avocado seedlings are normally ready to transplant 3 months from grafting. Do not keep them any longer, as plants will become root-bound in the pot and will not do as well. Harden off your plants by keeping them in an unshaded part of the nursery for about a week before being sown. Make sure to release the seedlings at the bottom end of the plant nursery so they do not get in touch with Phytophthora in the red zone.
And number 5, confirm plants are free from Phytophthora.
There is a way of testing the soil for Phytophthora. Not many labs are doing it in Kenya just yet. But as we move towards certification for Phytophthora-free nurseries, these will become critical.
Here is how it's done. Take a very small random sample from your batch of seedlings and test it to make sure that they are free from Phytophthora. Soil samples are flooded with water and pieces of young avocado leaf floated on the water. If Phytophthora is present in the soil sample, it will infect the leaves. Infected leaves are then tested for Phytophthora by 2 different methods. The first is a quick test using a color reaction on a dipstick. The second is by inspecting the leaf under a microscope. And that's it. Get in touch with iShamba for advice on how to set up a Phytophthora-free nursery.
What do you think?
It's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Good morning.
Wow. You're back. Bridget.
Yes.
Is it we were just watching her
Watching
here.
you from the video.
Why we see her again?
So she's here in person. So Kangebe, meet Bridget. Bridget, meet our farmer Kangebe.
Wow, pressure to meet you, Kangebe.
Yes. So have you watched the videos?
Yeah.
Any question?
Yeah, I've got one for sure.
Okay.
Now, since I've got a good seedling, how do I go about it?
We have a surplus for you, so you have to follow us.
For sure.
Let's go.
Can I come?
No.
You stay here and watch the videos.
Right, but Bridget, I can't believe I was just watching and you're right here.
Before we get to our surprise, Kangebe needs to dip his feet in a footbath to make sure he doesn't carry any soil from the deceased trees. And here is the surprise. Bridget's brought some grafted disease-free seedlings, all ready to plant. So Bridget and Kangebe, we're finally here. So it's time to plant. Are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Any question, Kangebe?
Yeah, I would like to know from Bridget the best way for planting.
Okay. The first thing, you just select where you want to plant your seedlings. If you find it, you just come and do 2 by 2. The topsoil, you keep it aside, and the subsoil, you keep it the other side. The topsoil is the one which you are going to mix with the well-decomposed manure. Then you fill the hole again. Then from there, you look at the size of the potting bag of the seedling. Then you use your hands, you dig the hole, then you plant, then later you water.
And another question, Bridget. I've seen it's organic manure.
Yeah.
Can you use fertilizer?
Yes, you can use. You can be conventional farmer or you can be organic farmer. What I usually emphasize is on organic farming, because for the fruits, you get a lot of money more than the conventional ones. So now we are going to use on an organic way.
Let's do this. Dig a hole 2 feet wide by 2 feet deep. Separate the topsoil from the bottom soil. Mix the topsoil with well-decomposed manure. Then add the soil mix back into the hole. Once the hole is full, make a small space for the seedling and place it in the hole. Farm in some soil around the sides, and there you go. So Bridget, now that we've planted it, how much water does it need now?
Because it's very dry, we are going to use like 20 liters of water.
20 liters.
Yes.
So, Bridget, how much water do I need to water the seedling?
For the young seed, like now we have planted, you need 5 liters 3 times a week.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, done.
Yes.
And shame on you.
I was just inspecting them.
It's okay, it's okay. Yes.
Did you enjoy the ship up?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it to the fullest. Yes.
Thank you so much. And are you happy? Yes. Okay.
Before we go, one more time, let me just say something, okay?
What do you want?
Phytophthora.
Oh.
Phytophthora.
Ta, 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 ta. No, 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 no. Ta, ta, ta. No, no. I wonder what I shamba.
Hello, this is Aishamba. How can I help you?
My name is George. George Kangete. I had an issue with my avocados and I thought we could be of help.
Sorry to hear that. What are some of the signs?
My plant has got these symptoms. The leaves are falling off. They start by changing their color from green to yellow and then they fall off. And then the stem themselves, they start drying off just from the tip of the head going downwards.
It sounds like your trees have Phytophthora, commonly known as root rot disease.
What?
Phytophthora. It's a common problem for avocado trees in Kenya.
Meet Kang'ethe, a 29-year-old farmer in Makuyu, Murang'a County.
Before I started farming on my own, I've been mostly employed on other farms. Through being employed, I felt like farming is giving. I thought of working for myself and also employ other people to work for me.
He has leased this little shamba where he grows cabbages, tomatoes, skuma, spinach, maize, and avocados. He has started small, but has big plans.
In 5 years, I just don't want to be where I am right now today. I want to be in a place whereby I've increased my production. And instead of just planting avocado in such a simple area, I enlarge my farm. I want to make more.
His beloved avocado trees seem to be suffering from a disease. You know, we've been sneaking around Aishamba trying to find out what problems farmers are facing.
Oh, yes. And we've heard from one farmer that is having a huge challenge with his avocados, and he wants to go very big with them.
So we dug and found out that the problem they are facing is very common in Kenya.
Ah, yes. It's a disease called
Phytophthora. Phytophthora.
Let's call it root rot.
Okay. And so we invited Dr. Ruth from KALRO to come and tell us more about the disease.
Ah, here she is. Doc.
Kang'ethe is also here, right? How are you?
Hello.
So straight to it, Kang'ethe.
Yes.
What is ailing your avocados?
I've got this issue right now with my avocados drying up. It has made me feel like to quit this thing because actually after uprooting, I found the root were kind of rotting.
Isn't that the root rot, doctor?
That is most likely Phytophthora root rot.
Caro,
Yes.
shall we go have a look at the avocado trees?
Oh, yeah, that would be fine. But wait a minute. I think I know someone who knows everything about avocados. Let me go get her and see what she can also help us understand.
Excellent idea. All right. See you later, Caro. Okay, let's go have a look at the trees. This orchard has over 200 avocado trees, with the better half dying. Even though Kang'ethe irrigates his shamba, there are few avocados to spot on his trees. What has been going on?
What is this?
Yes.
What kind of a disease is this?
This problem you're having here is caused by a pathogen called Phytophthora.
A pathogen is?
What causes the disease is what we call a pathogen.
How does it damage the avocado tree?
It actually causes rotting of the roots. What happens is that the fine roots are affected and they start rotting. The problem spreads into the bigger roots of the plant, causing rotting of the entire root system. And when this happens, the plant is not able to take up water. The first symptoms you will see is that the tips of the plant start drying up towards the bigger stems. The other symptom you see also is the loss of leaves. And once the plant starts losing the leaves and dying back, the plant becomes stunted. And when you uproot the roots of the affected tree, you'll be able to see that they are rotting.
So now, George,
yes,
when you saw that in your avocados, what did you do?
At first, I thought maybe I'm not doing the irrigation the right way.
So you added more water.
I added more water.
Yes.
Sometimes I did the mulching, just trying to help the tree maybe survive, but it didn't work. When can I know that my plants are now affected with this disease?
It is important that you scout through your farm and check the individual trees. Once you see the twig die back, you see the yellowing, reduced leaves, that tells you there is a problem.
At what age will I know the plant is affected?
If you brought in seedlings from a source that is not reliable, seedlings are already infected. You could see this problem from as early as 1 year. It all depends on the rate at which the roots are rotting.
Does that make sense? Let's break it down for you. The Phytophthora disease lives in the soil. It starts eating the small roots. At this point, the tree still looks healthy, but slowly the old leaves starts to wilt and over time turns light green. As the roots stop working, the tree drops its leaves, followed by the branches dying back. Eventually, the whole tree is dead. The avocado fruits might look okay at first, but as the tree dies back, your harvest will go down and the quality will get worse until you stop getting fruit altogether. So it sounds so dangerous. How bad is it here in Kenya?
The problem is really bad. It is widespread in all areas where avocado is grown, not just in Kenya, but worldwide. A farmer can actually lose the entire orchard if measures are not put in place in good time.
How is this disease spread?
This disease can be spread through infected planting materials. Secondly, it can also be spread through irrigation water, even through surface water. When there is rain, the soil that has the Phytophthora onto a plant that was disease-free, then it can spread from one tree to another. It can also be spread through tools that you use. If you use tools on one plant that is affected and go and use the same tool on a plant that is clean, it will get affected.
To prevent the disease from spreading, disinfect your tools as you move from one tree to the next, as wherever the soil is moved, the disease can be moved with it.
Now my plant is already affected. How can I control the plant?
You need to scout through your farm so that you are able to detect the problem early. Timely management is very important before the disease spreads to so many trees in your orchard. Once you see the very initial symptoms, one of these options is to enhance the drainage of your trees. Make sure that the water seeps through and does not stand around the root region. The second thing you can be able to do is to use a lot of manure, which increases some nutrients like calcium and magnesium. It makes it unfavorable for the Phytophthora.
But farmers, remember that these will only slow down the disease. The best way to avoid this deadly disease is by getting Phytophthora-free seedlings. As Ruth went on to explain, if the tree is dead, it's best to uproot and burn it. Then find a part of your shamba away from here to plant disease-free seedlings. Okay. So Ruth, what would you advise farmers to do?
So your farm could be clean. But depending on where you go to get your planting material, you could actually bring in materials that are affected with Phytophthora to your clean farm.
So a farmer can bring the disease from the nursery to the shamba.
Yes. So first and foremost, the farmer has to make sure that they get their seedlings from nurseries that observe high health standards.
Yes.
The ones that ensure that the materials they are using are disease-free, are pathogen-free.
So, Ruth, how can we find out more about nurseries?
Kangede, I've called somebody from HCD, and she deals a lot with nurseries, and she will be able to give you that information.
Sure.
All right, let's go. Let's go. All right, thank you so much, Ruth. KALRO, we've covered several topics today, but how can our farmers get more information?
Simple. iShamba.
What is iShamba?
iShamba is Shamba Shepherd's call center, where a farmer calls and finds experts who are going to help them understand everything agriculture.
Exactly. How can they join?
Simple.
Call 0711 082 606.
It's best to get seedlings free from Phytophthora. The Horticultural Crops Directorate, HCD, regulate fruit tree nurseries in Kenya. Sarah Ndegwa is a horticultural officer from HCD and is here to tell us more.
We have a mandate to regulate nurseries. So we inspect fruit tree nurseries and we assist to bring up to the right standard, clean seedlings.
So Sarah, what do you look out for when you visit a nursery?
I look at the siting of the nursery. Is it far from the older crop because of disease transmission from the older trees? The security, there's a regulated way of coming in so that you can even have a foot bath so that you can disinfect so that the seedlings remain healthy. One of the things that I look for is where you do your preparation for the mixture. It's called the potting mixture. This is the mixtures that you put in the paper.
It is important that the nurseries steam the potting mix at 70 degrees Celsius for 20 to 30 minutes in order to kill disease in the soil. Farmers, check that the nursery that you are buying your seedlings from has this method in place.
Existing nursery health standards in Kenya generally do cover key elements of a high health nursery, but are not specific to types of diseases.
Going forward, we hope this will be put in place. This will help nursery operators show they are certified to sell Phytophthora-free seedlings and can therefore sell their good quality Phytophthora-free seedlings at a better price. Get in touch with iShamba for advice on where you can get Phytophthora-free nursery at the moment. George,
Yes.
now you know what to check out for.
Yeah, thank you for the help.
All right. Thank you so much, Sarah. Today, we are learning all about a deadly avocado disease
and how you can stop it from getting onto your farm.
Is it just me, or is it really hard to say the name of this disease?
Phytophthora. Phytophthora.
It's not just me.
Oh, dear Tony. Phytophthora. You'll get there. Do you remember our good friend Bridget, the expert on everything avocado? Planting, pruning, harvesting? Well, looks like she's also a fundi on managing a Phytophthora-free nursery. And we are so lucky that she's got a video on how to do exactly that. Let me send the video to Tony.
I wonder where KALRO is. Hey, George.
Hey.
I've got a message from KALRO. She's on her way back. And meanwhile, she has said she sent us a video which will show us how to make a nursery.
How to construct a low-cost Phytophthora-free nursery. The finished nursery is made up of two parts. We have the soil shade, where the potting mix is prepared and treated to make sure it's disease-free. And we have the plant nursery. This is where the potting happens and the seedlings are raised, grafted, and grown for sale. It all starts with the construction of the nursery. For the plant nursery, dig and level the ground where you'll set up the nursery. Next, create a rock base at least 1 foot off the ground and fill it up with gravel. This will make sure that the nursery is not diseased with soil from underneath. Finally, create a metal frame and fix a shade cloth across it to keep the seedlings protected from harsh weather. The shade cloth must come right down to the ground to stop people and animals from entering.
Now, Construct a simple soil shed that's connected to the nursery. This will include an area for putting together the potting mix made up of soil, sand, and manure. You also need to set up a method for steaming the potting mix to get rid of the disease that lives in the soil. This can be a proper boiler or a simple 2-drum steamer like this one. Make sure the finished nursery has one entrance at the soil shed and one exit at the bottom of the nursery where the plants are taken out. As we saw, the red zone here is where untreated soil comes in and then steamed to kill diseases in the soil. You then pass through a footbath and enter the green zone. Only steamed soil is allowed into the green zone, and only trained staff can enter here. This ensures that all materials taken into the green zone are disease-free.
The avocado seedlings ready to be sold are then taken out at the end of the green zone. It's a good idea to plant fast-growing grasses, such as napier, along the outside of the nursery, so that soil from outside doesn't splash into the nursery as it could carry diseases.
What do you think of that?
That's good.
Yes.
Sure. And how do we kill the disease?
I think it's time for another video.
Operation of a Phytophthora-free nursery. It's really important to manage your nursery well so that seedlings are sure to be Phytophthora-free. There are 5 key steps to this. Number 1, steaming the potting mix.
This is a boiler. You can use charcoal, you can use firewood so that one gets the steam, which goes to pasteurize the soil.
Your potting mix needs to be steamed at least 70 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes in order to kill the Phytophthora in the soil. The cheapest method is to use a simple drum steamer like this, made out of 2 old 44-gallon steel drums. Here, we have 2 sets. But be careful, as the steel can be quite thin and will need to be replaced once a year. The safer option is to install a well-constructed boiler with a pressure gauge and a safety valve like this one.
Number 2, potting and planting. A good system is to ensure that the soil steamed in the red zone can be taken out in the green zone through a separate opening like this. You can now use this treated soil to fill up the potting bags and plant the seeds. These will grow into what we call a root stock. Here we have used the Puebla variety. As your plants germinate, sort them so that you can graft plants of similar sizes at the same time.
Number 3, grafting and after grafting care. Now, here is how to graft. Tape an implant from a mature, healthy avocado tree onto a rootstock, like this. The implant is also called scion. The new plant will be the same as the mother tree, which the scion came from. A popular export variety in Kenya is the Hass variety. Given good management, these grafted plants will start giving you fruit 2 years from planting, unlike when you plant when you don't graft, which takes about 7 years. Make sure to remove the grafting tapes after 4 to 6 weeks to stop plants from being strangled. Trim off any side shoots to keep a single stem and water carefully to prevent the seedling dying from too little water or becoming waterlogged from too much. Check your plants for pests and diseases daily.
Number 4, dispatch your plants. The avocado seedlings are normally ready to transplant 3 months from grafting. Do not keep them any longer, as plants will become root-bound in the pot and will not do as well. Harden off your plants by keeping them in an unshaded part of the nursery for about a week before being sold. Make sure to release the seedlings at the bottom end of the plant nursery so they do not get in touch with Phytophthora in the red zone.
And number 5, confirm plants are free from Phytophthora.
There is a way of testing the soil for Phytophthora. Not many labs are doing it in Kenya just yet. But as we move towards certification for Phytophthora-free nurseries, these will become critical.
Here is how it's done. Take a very small random sample from your batch of seedlings and test it to make sure that they are free from Phytophthora. Soil samples are flooded with water and pieces of young avocado leaf floated on the water. If Phytophthora is present in the soil sample, it will infect the leaves. Infected leaves are then tested for Phytophthora by two different methods. The first is a quick test using a color reaction on a dipstick. The second is by inspecting the leaf under a microscope. And that's it. Get in touch with iShamba for advice on how to set up a Phytophthora-free nursery.
What do you think?
It's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Good morning. Wow.
You're back.
Bridget.
Yes.
Is it really you are? We were just watching her
Watching
here.
it from the
Oh,
video.
that's nice.
But why we see her again?
Now she's here in person. So Kangebe, meet Bridget. Bridget, meet our farmer Kangebe.
Wow, pressure to meet you, Kangebe.
Yes. So have you watched the videos?
Yeah.
Any question?
Yeah, I've got one for sure.
Okay.
Now, since I've got a good seedling, how do I go about it?
We have a surplus for you. So you have to follow us.
For sure.
Let's go.
Can I come?
No.
You stay here and watch the video.
Right, but Bridget, I can't believe I was just watching and you're right here.
Before we get to our surprise, Kangebe needs to dip his feet in a footbath to make sure he doesn't carry any soil from the deceased trees. And here is the surprise. Bridget's brought some grafted disease-free seedlings, all ready to plant. So Bridget and Kangebe, we're finally here. So it's time to plant. Are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Any question, Kangebe?
Yeah, I would like to know from Bridget the best way for planting.
Okay. The first thing, you just select where you want to plant your seedlings. If you find it, you just come and do 2 by 2. The topsoil, you keep it aside, and the subsoil, you keep it the other side. The topsoil is the one which you're going to mix with the well-decomposed manure. Then you fill the all again. Then from there, you look at the size of the potting bag of the seedling. Then you use your hands, you dig the all, then you plant, then later you water.
And another question, Bridget. I've seen it's organic manure.
Yeah.
Can you use fertilizer?
Yes, you can use. You can be conventional farmer or you can be organic farmer. What I usually emphasize is on organic farming, because for the fruits, you get a lot of money more than the conventional ones. So now we are going to use on an organic way.
Let's do this. Dig a hole 2 feet wide by 2 feet deep. Separate the topsoil from the bottom soil. Mix the topsoil with well-decomposed manure. Then add the soil mix back into the hole. Once the hole is full, make a small space for the seedling and place it in the hole. Farm in some soil around the sides, and there you go. So Bridget, now that we've planted it, how much water does it need now?
Because it's very dry, we are going to use like 20 liters of water.
20 liters.
Yes.
So, Bridget, how much water do I need to water the seedling?
For the young seed like now we have planted, you need 5 liters 3 times a week.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
You're done.
Yes.
And shame on you.
I was just inspecting them. It's okay. It's okay. Yes. Did you enjoy the ship up?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it to the fullest.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And are you happy? Yes. Okay.
Before we go, one more time, let me just say something, okay?
What do you want?
Phytophthora.
Phytophthora. Bye.
Ta, 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 ta. No, 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 no. Ta, ta, ta. No, no. Look. I wonder what I shall.
Hello, this is Aishamba. How can I help you?
My name is George. George Kangete. I had an issue with my avocados and I thought we could be of help.
Sorry to hear that. What are some of the signs?
My plant has got these symptoms. The leaves are falling off. They start by changing their color from green to yellow and then they fall off. And then the stem themselves, they start drying off just from the tip of the head going downwards.
It sounds like your trees have Phytophthora, commonly known as root rot disease.
What?
Phytophthora. It's a common problem for avocado trees in Kenya.
Meet Kang'ethe, a 29-year-old farmer in Makuyu, Murang'a County.
Before I started farming on my own, I've been mostly employed on other farms. Through being employed, I felt like farming is giving. I thought of working for myself and also employ other people to work for me.
He has leased this little shamba where he grows cabbages, tomatoes, skuma, spinach, maize, and avocados. He has started small, but has big plans.
In 5 years, I just don't want to be where I am right now today. I want to be in a place whereby I've increased my production. And instead of just planting avocado in such a simple area, I enlarge my farm. I want to make more.
His beloved avocado trees seem to be suffering from a disease. You know, we've been sneaking around Aishamba trying to find out what problems farmers are facing.
Oh, yes. And we've heard from one farmer that is having a huge challenge with his avocados, and he wants to go very big with them.
So we dug and found out that the problem they are facing is very common in Kenya.
Ah, yes. It's a disease called
Phytophthora. Phytophthora.
Let's call it root rot.
Okay. And so we invited Dr. Ruth from KALRO to come and tell us more about the disease.
Ah, here she is. Doc.
Kang'ethe is also here, right?
Hello.
So straight to it, Kang'ethe.
Yes.
What is ailing your avocados?
I've got this issue right now with my avocados drying up. It has made me feel like to quit this thing. Because actually after uprooting, I found the root were kind of rotting.
Isn't that the root rot, doctor?
That is most likely Phytophthora root rot.
Caro,
Yes.
shall we go have a look at the avocado trees?
Oh, yeah, that would be fine. But wait a minute. I think I know someone who knows everything about avocados. Let me go get her and see what she can also help us understand.
Excellent
Is that
idea.
okay?
All right. See you later, Caro. Okay, let's go have a look at the trees. This orchard has over 200 avocado trees, with the better half dying. Even though Kang'ethe irrigates his shamba, there are few avocados to spot on his trees. What has been going on?
What is this?
Yes.
What kind of a disease is this?
This problem you are having here is caused by a pathogen called Phytophthora.
A pathogen is?
What causes the disease is what we call a pathogen.
How does it damage the avocado tree?
It actually causes rotting of the roots. What happens is that the fine roots are affected and they start rotting. The problem spreads into the bigger roots of the plant, causing rotting of the entire root system. And when this happens, the plant is not able to take up water. The first symptoms you will see is that the tips of the plant start drying up towards the bigger stems. The other symptom you see also is the loss of leaves. And once the plant starts losing the leaves and dying back, the plant becomes stunted. And when you uproot the roots of the affected tree, you'll be able to see that they are rotting.
So now, George,
yes,
when you saw that in your avocados, what did you do?
At first, I thought maybe I'm not doing the irrigation the right way.
So you added more water?
I added more water.
Yes.
Sometimes I did the mulching, just trying to help the tree maybe survive. But it didn't work. When can I know that my plants are now affected with this disease.
It is important that you scout through your farm and check the individual trees. Once you see the twig dieback, you see the yellowing, reduced leaves, that tells you there is a problem.
At what age will I know the plant is affected?
If you brought in seedlings from a source that is not reliable, seedlings are already infected. You could see this problem from as early as 1 year. It all depends on the rate at which the roots are rotting.
Does that make sense? Let's break it down for you. The Phytophthora disease lives in the soil. It starts eating the small roots. At this point, the tree still looks healthy, but slowly the old leaves starts to wilt and over time turns light green. As the roots stop working, the tree drops its leaves, followed by the branches dying back. Eventually, the whole tree is dead. The avocado fruits might look okay at first, but as the tree dies back, your harvest will go down and the quality will get worse until you stop getting fruit altogether.
So it sounds so dangerous. How bad is it here in Kenya?
The problem is really bad. It is widespread in all areas where avocado is grown, not just in Kenya, but worldwide. A farmer can actually lose the entire orchard if measures are not put in place in good time.
How is this disease spread?
This disease can be spread through infected planting materials. Secondly, it can also be spread through irrigation water, even through surface water. When there is rain, the soil that has the Phytophthora onto a plant that was disease-free, then it can spread from one tree to another. It can also be spread through tools that you use. If you use tools on one plant that is affected and go and use the same tool on a plant that is clean, it will get affected.
To prevent the disease from spreading, disinfect your tools as you move from one tree to the next, as wherever the soil is moved, the disease can be moved with it.
Now my plant is already affected. How can I control the plant?
You need to scout through your farm so that you are able to detect the problem early. Timely management is very important before the disease spreads to so many trees in your orchard. Once you see the very initial symptoms, one of these options is to enhance the drainage of your trees. Make sure that the water seeps through and does not stand around the root region. The second thing you can be able to do is to use a lot of manure, which increases and magnesium. It makes it unfavorable for the Phytophthora.
But farmers, remember that these will only slow down the disease. The best way to avoid this deadly disease is by getting Phytophthora-free seedlings. As Ruth went on to explain, if the tree is dead, it's best to uproot and burn it. Then find a part of your shamba away from here to plant disease-free seedlings.
Okay. So Ruth, what would you advise farmers to do?
So your farm could be clean. But depending on where you go to get your planting material, you could actually bring in materials that are affected with Phytophthora to your clean farm.
So a farmer can bring the disease from the nursery to the shamba.
Yes. So first and foremost, the farmer has to make sure that they get their seedlings from nurseries that observe high health standards.
Yes.
The ones that ensure that the materials they are using are disease-free, are pathogen-free.
So, Ruth, how can we find out more about nurseries?
Kangede, I've called somebody from HCD, and she deals a lot with nurseries, and she will be able to give you that information.
Sure.
All right, let's go. Let's go. All right, thank you so much, Ruth. KALRO, we've covered several topics today, but how can our farmers get more information?
Simple. iShamba.
What is iShamba?
iShamba is Shamba Shepherd's call center, where a farmer calls and finds experts who are going to help them understand everything agriculture.
Exactly. How can they join?
Simple.
Call 0711 082606.
It's best to get seedlings free from Phytophthora. The Horticultural Crops Directorate, HCD, regulate fruit tree nurseries in Kenya. Sarah Ndegwa is Horticultural Officer from HCD and is here to tell us more.
We have a mandate to regulate nurseries. So we inspect fruit tree nurseries and we assist to bring up to the right standard, clean seedlings.
So Sarah, what do you look out for when you visit a nursery?
I look at the siting of the nursery. Is it far from the older crop because of disease transmission from the older trees? The security, there's a regulated way of coming in so that you can even have a foot bath so that you can disinfect so that the seedlings remain.
Yeah. All right. Good afternoon. We are now into the home straight. It's been a fantastic couple of days. I think our brains are getting very full of information that we've heard over the last 2 days. So you'll be pleased to know that in this session, it is over to you. So what we want to really hear is what you think the future holds. We've already touched on that in a couple of the sessions, both today and yesterday. If we think about sustainability, how does Kenya ensure they have a good reputation for their avocado fruit and market? And today, around ensuring that quality is delivered into the market. So on your tables, you will have one sheet of paper, yeah, hold it up. Some butcher's paper and hopefully a pen. And what we want you to do is to choose one presenter and one scribe or writer. So can you quickly have a discussion in your table about who is going to do that? So one presenter, one writer. Oh, I'll do that in a minute. Yeah. All right, has everyone done that? Can I have the hands up for the presenters? Who at the table is going to present? No presenters? One down there, two there, okay. Any more presenters? Hold your hands up high. All right, what about the writer? Who's the writer at your table? Hold your hand up. Awesome. Okay, so, all right, just 1 minute. Okay, can we just have quiet for a sec? Al? 1 second, okay? 1 sec. Quiet, everyone. All right, on your table, you will have a set of questions. One of them is looking at avocado production, and the other one is looking at the value chain, okay? And you have a number of questions, okay? Yeah.
You need to listen.
Quiet.
Gary. Yep.
All right.
Good.
Okay, at your tables, you have one piece of paper. It'll either be about avocado production, and we want you to look at what are the challenges, what are the things that the industry needs to consider, and then also what are some of the opportunities. The other tables have got value chain, avocado value chain, and so the same type of questions. Now, you have 40 minutes from now, okay, to have your discussion. So make sure that everyone's voice at the table is heard. So not just one person dominate the conversation. And after 40 minutes, then the presenter will talk to a group of other tables that did the same thing. But let's just worry about 40 minutes. And if you can write down your ideas on the paper that is on your table. Any questions before we begin? Okay, all right. You're off. stuff down on the paper and getting through the questions, okay? 10 more minutes. All right. Hello. Tell me it's on. Is it on? You're not supposed.
Hello.
All right. Are we on? I want to use this though. Is it? Can you turn it on? Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay. Awesome. All right. So the next step that we're going to do, so listen very carefully, is that we're going to have groups of 3 tables go with a facilitator. Can I have my 5 facilitators to stand up, please? I think I have more than that. Bridget, where are you? Okay, well, we'll get started allocating. All right, so just if I can have your attention, just listen carefully. So we're going to get together as groups of 3 tables. And your facilitator, one of these lovely people, is going to take you somewhere for this discussion. Some will go into the tents where we had lunch, some will go into the tents out here, some will find a shady spot, and a couple of groups will stay here in the room, okay? And then each of the presenters from each group, so 1 per group, will report back to the 3 groups, okay? And then you'll have 5 minutes each for each presenter, and your facilitators will keep you to the 5 minutes. Then at the end of that 15 minutes, you'll have 5 minutes just for some general discussion. And I'd encourage you to note anything down from that. We're not going to have time to have a report back to the big session, but what I can assure you is that we will take all the papers and then we will report that back to you. So I hope that that is clear. So we're just going to get underway. So Alan, can I have you come over here with me? All right. So this table, and this table, can you all follow Alan out?
Okay.
You have to go now. Take your paper. Follow Alan. Alan. All right, Steve, can I have you over here? Oh. All right. So, okay, we'll just wait for Alan's group to leave the room. So follow Alan. Follow Alan. All right, so that's group 1 has left the building. We're now on to group 2, and I'd like to introduce you to Steve as your facilitator. So we'll take this table and this table, just these 2 tables, I think. Oh, and 3. You. No, we'll leave the last 2 groups because they'll have less time. So you take them out somewhere, okay? Can we also have the smaller table at the back here? Go with Steve. Yeah? All right. All right. Can we just have everyone in Steve's group leave with him? All right. We've got Bob here as the next facilitator. So I'd like this table, this table. Oh, that's a big table. Is there another smaller table? No. and this table, if you can all go out together with Bob. That one. Yep. Those 3 tables, follow Bob out the doors. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Okay. And then our next facilitator here is Bridget. So can we have these 3 tables go with Bridget, and you'll be the last group to go out. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Follow Bridget. Just don't mingle with the other groups. Okay, so how many tables have I got left now? Steph, how many have you got left? 6 tables for the 2 of us. All right, so these 3 tables here, 1, 2, 3, you can go with, well, you can stay where you are. Yeah. And then the last 3 tables, if we can move over to that side of the room and you're with me, okay? All right.
where anyone of any age can go to and understand. The whole issue of Shamba Shape Up is a very good role. And then the other area of focus is manageable irrigation systems. Yes, there's and macronutrient needs for avocados per regions, per soil. How there's the professor who discussed that yesterday. So that's also an area of focus for us. Technical information would be most useful for us. For us, we saw the TTH model. That was the time to harvest calculator. We felt that everybody in Kenya should be able to know how to use that thing. It's honestly should be basic need for an avocado in the avocado supply chain. And then there was the water use efficiency. That's another technical information we thought would be most useful to everyone. And the PP management, that's the phytophthora management. Major strengths of the avocado sector. One that we thought this, the fact that the avocado sector is an old sector. We have been tried and tested. We are still here. Despite Peru getting into Europe, we are still here. So that's a major strength. The other, where are our major strengths? Oh, aggregation of small scale farmers. The fact that we are able to bring small scale farmers together to form groups and we can source from groups, it's easier to handle. It's very difficult to dupe a group of farmers. It's easier to dupe one farmer, but when it's dealing with groups, it's easier to disseminate information to them, teach them, be able to get produce for them, even for traceability and quality, it's better. So that was another strength, the fact that we're able to bring small scale farmers together. We actually just realized the amount of information out there is actually another strength. We have professors who know stuff. We just need that information to get to farmers. So the fact that you have people who can do research and come up with good information, that is another strength this sector has. How can we build on that? We say digital platforms. All the information we have needs to go to the digital. We are in a digital era. The farmer in Kirinyaga, the farmer in Subukia, the farmer in Busia should be able to get that information. So how can we build on that? It's that and farmer trainings. It's okay. So ideas for viability and sustainability, we say that we promote local eating culture. We need to eat our own produce, create alternative markets. Let's not focus on Europe alone. There's China, there's Japan that's coming up. And then we also said value addition. And we said we need to have an avocado day, a national avocado day for Kenya, where we can eat and have it publicized abroad and they can see that we are eating the good stuff. Thank you.
It came from. So that's important. Farmers' ignorance and laziness. It's important that we sensitize our farmers to be what you would call smart farmers. And a smart farmer is a person who understands the value chain. If you're going to farm avocado, understand how avocado is propagated, understand basically the entire value chain from farm to fork, understand who are the regulators, understand the issues in that sector, understand where is avocado exported to, how is it supposed to be exported, and how is it supposed to be treated. Lack of succession planning. What came out from the group was that there is need to involve the young generation, especially the youth, to be part of farming, so that they can also take up the idea of farming. Also, farming has been painted as an area which is not profitable in this country. Actually, what came out was that the next millionaires and billionaires in this country are going to be farmers. So that's quite important. We need to paint avocado farming as such. Lack of trust between stakeholders. How would we create trust between stakeholders? By basically being open. The stakeholders need to be open to each other. For example, if we are going to ensure that farmers get their returns, it's important let there be openness between the farmer and the buyer by, for example, introducing contractual farming. And also some of these companies that are buyers, they can have some form of CSR to the communities. For example, like building schools or identifying projects that they can support at community level so that the farmers can, have some trust with the companies that are buying. We talked about technical support. Inadequate, it was inadequate. And it was revealed that capacity building, and especially the counties, sit at a level where they can interact with the farmers. So they can introduce extension services to the farmers and of course have capacity building programs to the farmers. Then we have empower investors into nursery establishment. That came into inadequate certified nurseries. We need to have, basically have sensitization to empower people to start to invest in nursery establishment, and especially those, and make sure they are certified. Then high cost of production. Climate change. We need to practice water conservation to help us to make sure that we have enough water to farm. Limited land resources. That I think is an area for policy change, so that we can have adequate land to make sure that there is enough land for farming. And I think that's it. So thank you. Yeah.
Now in Olivado, like now in Olivado, we are trying to get like the county government of Murang'a involved, including the police on the roads. Because the police on the roads, they just see avocados being carried on pickups. They don't stop them. Each one of us, we know from wherever we come from that you can't transport a cow from Murang'a to Nyeri without proper documentation. So they should be able to stop those pickups and find out, where have you gotten these avocados from? They should have proper papers. That one makes everybody, because even the police now, they were just there, remove big eyes. You mean we are supposed? Yeah, and then we say, because that's what is encouraging the stealing. Yeah, because once you steal, you put in the pickup and it's taken wherever it is being taken. So everybody, even in the county government, if the government itself, should be involved. We should preach that so that everybody knows, because it's common knowledge to anyone. I won't buy a cow in Kiambu and take it to Murang'a because I'll be stopped on the way. Where did you get? So I must have proper documentation.
the price goes down very much. If we as a country would, just my thought, if we would say the moment, like in the month of May, as a country, we are not exporting to Europe. We let the Peruvian avocado flood Europe until in June, it's down. Would the oil market also wait, or the oil market will still continue harvesting? Okay, so maybe it's 30. Yeah. Low.
Okay, and for the like between the dry matter the food, because it needs to be like that because of the cost of the
Maybe also, just since we are up here for discussion, do you really think it's viable? Maybe like the month of May, the same way the government closes, the month of May as a country, we close only to open in June so that we can give our Kenyan fruit a better chance at pricing. Do you think that's viable or it's too much? Like in the month of May as a country, we close exports for avocado. We wait for the Peruvian fruit to flood Europe. Then it's opened again in June when we have a fighting chance. Because like right now in May, the orders are very low and the price is also very bad because of the Peruvian fruits. But as from June, the price gets better and we have a fighting chance as a country.
But you see also, like, if we are doing the right thing as Kenya, if our avocado is good, we get a market. Because like us, we are exporting. Because we have our own customers, not we have our own customers who trust our food. So they will not go to any other, but at least as we have our orders still going. Yeah.
That's okay.
If your side is iron. Those are all. Yeah, apa? Trying to streamline.
Market is just perfect. Like you see, the pricing of fuel. Those were eggs were much attributed to men. Even they were being told, don't knock it, you just put it whole, and it was moving like
Hello, everyone. Hello. All right, can we just have everyone come in and sit down back at the original tables? That would be fantastic. Alan's coming in 5, 3. All right, so just come in and sit at your tables that you were at originally. All right, so thank you, everyone. Can you just go and make sure Alan's group that she's moving? All right, so I think the discussion that I sat on was certainly really interesting, and the groups identified some really interesting challenges, but also the strengths that the avocado sector has going forward. So we will compile the results from those discussions and then share them with you so that they're not lost from this particular meeting. So thank you, everyone, for the discussion that we've just had. We're now just got a couple more things to do before we close. And the first of those is that we would like, we would like to evaluate the workshop. So Steph, can you hold up the sheets? We just have a 1-page sheet and it is just about the workshop. So it should take you 5 minutes to fill out, but we'd really appreciate if you did it right now. So the team is going to hand out the workshop evaluations, and then we're going to give you 5 minutes to fill it out, okay? Is anyone missing a sheet? Put your hands up and Steph and Alex will bring you one. All right, how's everyone going? Do you need more time or you're through the form? More time? All right, a couple more minutes. All right, it's getting a bit noisier in here, so I think people are getting towards the end of filling out the forms. So Bob and Bridget, if I can just get you to go around and collect up the forms, that would be fantastic. Yeah, if you can just hand in your forms to Bob and Bridget. Just give a wave if you haven't had your form collected, apart from Alan's group, who's only just got theirs, but the rest, can you just give a wave if you need someone to collect your form? Okay. Has everyone had their form collected apart from Alan's group? All right. So we're now going to move into the closing ceremony. And before I hand over to Dr. Bob Fullerton to do some acknowledgements, I would like to invite Robert Masaki from KALRO to come forward.
Hello. Well, it's my pleasure to get this chance to talk to you, especially at this time when we are coming to the end of this conference. I would like to say we have really benefited much from this, from the presentations. Actually, I'm not the one who is supposed to be standing here today and this evening. Of course, you know the honor of podium when it comes to this, and none other than Dr. Lusike. You know very well, she's very passionate about avocado, about the work we are doing, about the work you have done over the years. But unfortunately, she's not in a position to be here this evening. So therefore, she has sent a regard. Actually, just received a call when I'm seated here. And she will not be able to be, she was not in a position to make it to this closing ceremony. But she says she knows what has been presented here is of ultimate benefit to all of you and all of us. The workshop, we have had quite a lot of presentations from the people, technical people who are well experienced, who are very eloquent to give their ideas and share their work, what they have done over the years. To them, this was a great honor, and we really appreciate what they have given us. I'm sure the researchers, the extension staff, the farmers, and all other stakeholders who are seated here, you will agree with me that we have benefited quite a lot from these presentations. I'm happy, although they are saying this is the end of the project, to me is the start of big and great work. Why? When we were starting and we had it, there was so much we didn't know about avocado. And when you hear about it, or when you heard about it, you didn't know even how to use it in your own homestead. But for now, we are technically equipped, not only in consumption, not only in production, but even knowing how the markets can be structured and how to control and manage the crop. So with this, I'm saying this is nothing but the start of the great march to ensure we sustain the position 1, not only in Africa, but in the world. Is that true? Because we know where we are going and we know what we are supposed to do. We have gone through the plant health. We have also gone through the how to organize the small order production. We have looked at the pest and disease management, especially Phytophthora. One of the great presenters actually presented quite a lot in depth about Phytophthora. We know about water and the soil management, about biodiversity and conservation, about market research, where to market the product, fruit quality, nursery management, and many things. For us as KALRO, and through KALRO Seed, which I'm the director, KALRO Seeds, my office is based, or our office is based at KALRO, Thika. That's where KALRO Seed head office is based. We are ready to ensure that this gospel of avocado spreads widely in the country and where possible beyond the country. Our work as KALRO, we know is, first of all, as we do the research to ensure we have more and better varieties in the market. We also have the work to ensure that the quality materials are available to do our farmers. And also not only the quality, but we also conduct the training to our farmers, our stakeholders, and the other interested parties. And we are ready to adhere to this. At the moment, we are doing the production of the seedlings and also those kind of trainings across 8 different centers in KALRO, starting from Embu, Mwea, Thika, Muguga, Joro, Kakamega, Kitale, Kibosin, Kisumu. So all these centers are there not only to do quality seedling production, but to ensure the farmers around those places are trained and know how to produce good quality avocado planting materials and how to manage the crop in the fields. For now, what I would like to say is to thank the organizers of this event, those who supported us, those who have been supporting us, and we would wish and request for the continuation of that kind of support. And before I do my final remark, I would like to request Bob Polaston, just please come over. Susan and the team. Well, I will not emphasize what was said about Bob when we were starting yesterday, when we were starting this workshop. A lot has been said since that time. And I think this is the right time to say Bob is the father of avocado industry in Kenya. Any contrary opinion? Any contrary opinion to that? And with that, I give him. We have to crown him as the father of avocado industry in Kenya. And with that, as KALRO, we would like to present something to him so that he can be remembering. I wish it is opened. Yes. Okay.
Felix, Alan, Sir Felix meeting.
Okay, get it. Just move it up. Aha. On it is written, Dr. Bob Fullerton, the father of avocado industry in Kenya. A lion we know all as Kenyans is a special gift because the moment you are equated to a lion, what does it mean? Anybody to give me that answer? The moment you are equated to a lion in Kenya, you see, the king of the jungle. And the only somebody who had this was our first president, Jomo Kenyatta, because he fought for the independence. You fought for avocado in Kenya. Thank you very much. Thank you. Applaud. Again, again, and again. Again. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I would now like to invite the father of avocado to do some acknowledgements and then to close the workshop. So, Dr. Bob.
Well, thanks, Susie. And where do I begin? Thank you so much for the acknowledgement, but I must say I'm only one of a team who worked on this. So at times I might have been the pilot of the aircraft guiding the way, but in fact the work was done by a team of about 6 or 7 people, very dedicated, very experienced, and very, very knowledgeable. And you've heard that today and yesterday. The breadth of experience that has been brought to this by this project to the industry in Kenya, and new innovations, new technologies, I'm sure will go a very long way to assisting the development of the program. Right now, I've got a very sad duty to perform, pardon me, which is to acknowledge at the end of this conference, at the end of the program, acknowledge some of the contributions made by the various contacts, organizations and individuals. Firstly, I will acknowledge the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who funded this project for 10 years. Without their support, of course, it could never happen. And they've been very understanding of the problems we went through with COVID, the delays in the project, and we finally brought it to what I think is a very useful conclusion. So acknowledgement for them. Second big acknowledgement, of course, has to go to Olivado, because it was through Olivado that the project was developed, and throughout the 10 years, we've had complete and total support by Olivado. So Gary's sitting over there, the father of Olivado. And we've had friendship, support, just a very strong relationship with Olivado. They've been very generous. They've fed us. They do very good lunches. So if you want a good lunch, go and visit Olivado. Throughout the entire period of the project, the first part of the project, we had a contractual relationship with Olivado. The second part we didn't, but in fact, the relationship didn't change. So the Olivado contribution for the last 2.5 years it was basically Olivado's goodwill that kept the project running. So they housed us in terms of the laboratories and the office space. As I said, they fed us, they supported us, and most important of all, they gave complete access for Bridget Mwangi, who you all know, to be the chief project counterpart. So all of Bridget's time in the last 2.5, 3 years has been donated by Olivado. So a huge contribution by Olivado to this project. And I think we deserve some clapping, don't you? The next organisation we have to thank is KALRO. Now, when we first came here in 2013, we had dinner. I think it might have been the Battian Apartments or somewhere like that. And there was this very loud woman with huge dreadlocks there. And, and she was entertaining us with all kinds of stories of her PhD in America. And because she's a pathologist, I'm a pathologist, we hit it off. And we've been very, very firm friends ever since. And I think through that relationship, it's been very, very valuable to the operation of this of this project, because through Lusiki, we had complete access to the capabilities within KALRO. We did all our early work on the nursery in the KALRO nursery at PTC. It was through Lusiki that I managed to get the contacts into the other agencies like AFA and HCD. And those were the relationships which actually sustained the project, particularly in relation to the time to harvest model. Without that relationship, that couldn't have happened. So let's then turn to HCD. When I first made contact with AFA through the contact that Lusiki had given me, he nominated Sarah Degwa to be our chief contact point. And that again set off another very strong relationship. There was a great interpersonal relationship, and also the professional relationship through AFA. And it was through that relationship, supported by her colleagues, Jackie and Josephine and other staff, that we carried out the online training for the TTH, pretty much all during 2021. So pretty much every Thursday night for about 20 weeks, we would have an online meeting with the exporters would turn up, sometimes only a couple, sometimes as high as 100 had turned up. And it was during that time that we were able to promulgate the model and get interest taken in it. It was actually during that a period that we actually met Edna Coman. She was actually on the first training and showed her interest and talent right there by asking some pretty tough questions on it. But since that time, she's been an integral part of all the training, and you saw today how capable she is in using it. So yeah, so that the HCD relationship has been a major contribution to the success of this project. I'd like to also acknowledge the farmers, the Kenyan farmers, wonderful people. I have a great affinity with Kenyan farmers because I grew up in circumstances not really unlike many of these farmers. We had no power, we had dirt roads, we had no car. My mother made all our clothes. So it was very easy for me to see these little kids walking along the road in the dust, to think, you know, I was there and I can identify with them. And what it did for me was to bring me very close to the job we were supposed to be doing, which is helping those small farmers. Pardon my throat. So those farmers gave us access, very friendly access to their farms. All of the data that Steve talked about today, that was drawn on farms, and we're always welcomed on those farms. And we've become very close to many of them through the training. So yes, acknowledgement to the Kenyan farmers. They're wonderful people, and we're just very pleased to have made a contribution to their welfare, and I hope that continues. I suppose I need to also acknowledge my own organisation, because we've been here for a long time, and we've had huge support from Plant and Food Research in doing it. We have a director over here, Susie, who's been very, very supportive of us. And, you know, sometimes things get a little bit awkward and Susie can sort them out. And the real powerhouse at the moment, as you've seen here, is Stephanie Montgomery, who's over here. As I said, she never sits still. I just point out that she's the 4th program manager we've had on this project. So I'm not sure. 7? Well, it seems like we wear them out quite quickly. So, and it's not surprising when you see the way she's been going on the last 2 days. I don't think she ever wants to work with us again. But anyway, there, thanks, Steph, and thanks, Susie, very much for that. Let's see, the event. This has been fantastic. About 2 months ago, we were let down with an event centre, a venue. We phoned up Lusiki. Once again, she came to our rescue. She said, oh, you can have our conference facilities. Well, look at it. Not only the most magnificent facility, but all the tents, all the lunches, everything to go with it. It was all organised by KALRO. So for me, it was an incredible contribution and an incredibly successful event because of that relationship we have with KALRO and Lusiki's drive and energy, and as he said, the passion for agriculture and for serving farmers. So also the wonderful participants, thank you so much for all coming along. You've made it for us because we're very proud of the work we've done, and we're very, very keen and proud to be able to present it and get it out to people. So we've got such a huge attendance here today and yesterday. So thank you very much for your time, and we hope that you've gained a lot from it. So it really is, I guess, down to me now to say goodbye on behalf of the team. I was once told by a senior person in a developing country, I can't remember what it was, who said, when you're on jobs like this, it's not so much what you do when you're here, it's what you leave behind. So I hope that in your minds, we have left a lot behind and a lot for you to go on with and to drive the industry forward. I've just had a note here. You got it? A note here. So I'll end here. There are probably many other people that I haven't been able to acknowledge, but I think they were the main ones. I just say that this, for all of us on the team, it's been a wonderful experience, very enjoyable. We all feel we've made a contribution to you. So for now, I'm not sure if we will be back, but it will be under private capacity. I'd love to, but for now, it's just goodbye.
Thank you very much, Bob. I'd just like to add a couple of thank yous to the IT team, the camera people, all who have kept this really running smoothly through the last couple of days. Can we just have... And also to my colleagues, Alan and Steve, just really thank you for all your hard work over the last few days. So it now gives me great pleasure to invite the CEO of FPEAK, Hosea, forward to make some closing remarks.
Thank you very much. My colleagues from the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs, my colleagues from the very wonderful organization called Plant and Food Research, OLIVADO, Kenya Agriculture Livestock Research Organization, and Agriculture Food Authority Horticulture Crops Directorate, colleagues from the horticulture industry, colleagues from the county governments and national governments, and other national government agencies represented here. Farmers like me who are in here. Good evening. Just wondering whether we have students also in the room. Any students from college, university studying agriculture, horticulture? Thank you. You're most welcome. I work for an organization called Fresh Produce Exporters Association of Kenya. I always tell people that I serve as the Chief Entertainment Officer. FPIC has been around since 1975. It has membership across people who do flowers and ornamentals, fruits of all types, and vegetables. And very recently, we have divided vegetables, so we say vegetables, herbs, and spices. I am pleased to be here this evening to make remarks because I was requested by this wonderful team of people who have been working very hard. And I, for certain, can say that as I was following from other locations, because I was following this on Zoom, this has been a very wonderful conference. And it has told us a number of things, which definitely I do not wish to repeat. Just to emphasize that the Republic of Kenya, as you know, is #1 in Africa in the production of avocado. Well, statistics found all over say that we produce slightly over 300,000 metric tons, but we export about 8,000 metric tons. In 2022, we exported about 67,000 metric tons of avocado to the rest of the world. But we compare that with our #1 grandfather of avocado called Mexico at 1.2 million metric tons. We are nowhere. So we have work to do. And I know that within the 2 days, we have done a lot of research from the nurseries, and my colleagues here have presented very wonderful findings about what happens at the nurseries, what we need to do. We went through production, quality, and maturity, and I'm sure from the presentation that was made here, you now know the difference, and how to handle our avocado. I want to tell you that in February last year, together with my colleagues under the National Horticulture Task Force, we visited 2 clients, one in Paris. There's a market I would wish to pronounce as Rungis, but those who know it says Hangis. We found a gentleman there who imports avocado from Kenya. So I've got sad news for you. The gentleman said that he only imports from 2 companies in Kenya. And these companies have plantations. He cannot trust the rest of the avocados because when he puts them in the ripening chamber, which he showed us, you get mixed ripened avocados, and that is not what he wants. We then went to Belgium and visited another company that imports avocados and distributes to about 21 countries in Europe. And that gentleman told us that if the dry matter is not 25, he is not buying. And the gentleman in Paris had told us if it's anything less than 23, he's not buying. So we came back and we went into the HCD boardroom and we made a decision that our dry matter content for export shall be 24. Of course, I represent exporters, so you'd expect me to defend them on this. I told them, I'm sorry. If you have to fire me, I have another job elsewhere, so I can go. But it's going to remain 24 for now. So that is how we landed at 24 with the rest of my colleagues in the industry. And we want to remain there and see if in the next 3-4 years we can have results. Now, we know that the message that we have needs to go out. And I had a farmer here in the morning say that he's surprised that all this information is not with the farmers. It is for us Kenyans who are here to take this message out through the extension systems that are existing. We are always asking government to stop the joke and utilize the resources that are available in the county governments to do extension, but also the Horticulture Crops Directorate has an opportunity to be able to do this. And then I remembered something that when I was still younger, I went to the Lake Basin Development Authority and bought some 300 fingerlings of fish and took them to my home and started a fish farm. When my fish was slightly grown up, my neighbors who had not seen tilapia in a pond came and stole my fish. So what I did is that then we, together with a couple of friends of mine, put together a proposal to some agency that had some little money to spare. And we started an aquaculture program in my village so that rather than them stealing my fish, they can steal their own from their own farms. And so we succeeded. You know, Kenya has become a country of thieves. So from stealing my fish, we now steal macadamia, and we actually cut the entire branch of macadamia, ran away with it at night. We steal dopa sheep from farms. We steal tea. Unfortunately, one of the tea companies has closed because we have stolen their tea. We now steal avocado. Before we know it, this country will be like Mexico, where moving a consignment of avocado from a farm to anywhere will be like moving our money from De La Rue to Central Bank of Kenya. So we'd rather be careful on how we are doing this. As an industry, we are operating under a very difficult environment because we have many taxes levied on us. You can be sure that as FPIC, we discussed this with the Ministry of Agriculture, and when they refused to listen to us, we actually went to court. We are now at the Court of Appeal because we are not comfortable with the 0.25% export levy on our fresh produce. We have gone to court as an industry twice in Nakuru and in Meru because of the cess that counties are charging they are not supposed to charge. But we are telling government that we are willing to sit down and negotiate if they are willing to listen to us. We have the water bill that is actually a water act now that is crazy, but I'm happy to report that tomorrow the minister has been summoned to appear before the Senate committee, and we hope that our memorandum about the water will be heard because it's almost crazy the rates that we are supposed to pay for water, just abstraction of water and using it to irrigate our avocado and other crops. Our freight charges have been crazy. In fact, worse during Corona times. Some of you may have realized we then had to talk to one of our airlines, Kenya Airways, and told them, remove the seats and let our avocados and vegetables and flowers move. And they did that. So they converted 2 of their vessels. And before that, they had to put our vegetables and avocados on the seats. And we hope that they plan to buy more cargo flights, but we have also requested Kenya Civil Aviation Authority to allow other airlines to come to Nairobi to carry our fresh produce so that the freight goes down. Parallel to that, we have started an initiative called the Transition from Air to Sea Freight. Last week, we were at the port of Mombasa to launch that with the minister in charge of the blue economy and a couple of ambassadors from the European Union. We have a program, the Business Enhancement and Export Competitiveness Program that has been funded by the European Union, implemented through Trademark Africa. So I wish to announce that this program will help those who are in the avocado value chain, the mango value chain, and vegetables So my colleagues who have worked hard through the last 10 years, your work that you have been doing, I want to give you an assurance that we will continue through this program so that we do not lose the gains that we have had so far. I also wish to say that it's very nice to, have this conference, discuss, go home and forget. But because once in a while I go to church and I hear the pastor read some Bible, somewhere in the book of Matthew chapter 28, verse 19, when Jesus was finally done, he told these guys, now go ye therefore and preach this gospel to all nations. So I'm sending you all. After this, you become the ambassadors of this program. Go and preach about quality and maturity and good nursery management and good post-harvest management practices so that together we can be able to succeed as a country. Now, finally, I wish to say that we have been very happy to have you around and work with us, with our farmers. I know that this may continue in some form or shape through OLIVADO or any other program. One organization that also supports farmers called KALRO has supported the industry to develop a good practice guide on avocado. How many of us have seen it? So Sarah, you know where the document is. Please make sure that at least everybody in this room, because you know how you invited them, they have the document, it's on soft copy. It's about 367 or so pages. I know if we are all lazy like I am, we don't like reading, but please, it's a very nice guide to help us from all the stages of the value chain so that we can continue expanding our knowledge. With those many remarks, I officially declare this workshop closed. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for those closing remarks. Just one final thing from me is that a number of people have asked for presentations and information that's been shared at this workshop. And my understanding is that will be going out to your email accounts. In terms of the time to harvest tool, there's still a little bit more that I think Dr. Steve would like to do on it, but then we will let you know how you can get a hold of that. Is there anything else I've missed, Steph? All right. Wow. Thank you. I know we've got a little bit over time today, but just really appreciate everyone staying enthusiastic to the end. And I really wish you the best going forward from here. So thank you.